Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Thursday, June the 23rd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. Thank you. All right, guys. Well, what's happening this morning? PEV. What a run this has been on now, from 6 to 750 in about less than maybe 40 minutes or so. And of course, this was the big star from yesterday. Yesterday's high was 840. So that'll be an all-time high again if it takes that out. So let's keep an eye on it. Super low float, of course, 1.8 million in the float. That's why these sort of crazy moves can happen. I still don't see, I can't remember if there's any specific news on it yesterday. I don't see any today. But PEV, wow. And the other one to keep an eye on is VEDU. VEDU. I just put here a 215 break could get it really running again. I mean, it's up 14%, a lot of volume already, 2.4 million. But 215, why 215? Because over here on the 23rd of May, that was the high. So if we can take that out, then the next high is 318. So there's a dollar move potential if it can take out 215. So definitely keep an eye on the VEDU. And the SIGA. So yeah, I mean, monkeypox in the news again. However, this is really faded now. Through 1881, 12, so it's taken off a dollar. They did actually, specifically for SIGA, they announced $13 million of international procurement orders for their drug. And just looking at the headline. So this is the headline for it. So they did actually have specific news for this company, for SIGA. I don't expect this one to last on this pop, but BHAT pop, they decided to cancel their financing. I guess they probably announced the financing back here, and then they decided, you know what, we're going to cancel it. So that news hit after hours, and that's BHAT after hours yesterday. RDHL, a little one, and it is an earnings play. Let's see if it's holding one. Yeah, it's barely. But it's got up to 147 in the pre-market. This is an earnings play, RDHL. Israeli stock, a ton of volume already, 24 million, 40 million in the float. So this is going to trade the float several times today. Weber from yesterday, WEBR from yesterday, it's still active. So I think a bit of a meme stock yesterday. They also had they did have some news. The Weber is still active, and it's another low float situation, 17 million in the float. Great company logo, a little barbecue. Box D will not give up, guys. Box D is still on recovery mode, another 14%. So it's crawled off the bottom here. This was this under a dollar? Not quite, $1.28. Looks like $1.28. That was 2 days ago. 3 days, excuse me, 3 days ago. So it's basically doubled since then. Fling, FLNG. I did see some news. I didn't really dive into it too much. Announces a 24 years of new contract backlog. Okay, that is the news for Flex, FLNG. And Xene, Xene, they are doing a financing. They are raising a lot of money. 7.8 million at $30.50. So, roughly $240 million or so. That is a lot of money they're raising. But, it's caused a little downward pressure on the stock, but it's holding the financing price. 30.50 is the financing price. So it's 30.42 right now. Excuse me. And in case you're wondering why I'm not talking about this one, FSTX, flatlining across. Why? Because it's a buyout. Okay, this is a buyout. Mm. You know, I missed my entry on the XPAV. Not XPAV, the PAV. I missed my entry. I was looking to take this right in this, not there, no, right around here, right around that 720 mark, and I just missed my entry. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers anyway. I'm looking at the fee rate if they wanted to try to find some for me. Pretty expensive. All right, this one is just popping in here, guys. ALVO. Trading higher on volatility following the company's debut on NASDAQ. Okay, so, okay. So they debuted on NASDAQ 4 days ago. I don't see any specific news on it. Well, guys, based on my heritage, how can I not buy this stock? Bringing a tear to my eyes. ALVO Tech debuts on NASDAQ. First North growth market, becoming the first dual list Icelandic company in the United States and Iceland. There's my heritage, my Icelandic heritage, and how can I not buy this? There's my flag. Wow, cool. Give me a moment. Wonder what they do. So it's a bio, okay. For tax purposes, located in Luxembourg, but cool. All right. Morning Impossible. All right, what else is popping in here? I'm just looking at my pre-market actives up and down. So the market's been kind of interesting this morning. I'm not sure what data, something must have come out at about 5 o'clock Eastern time, of course. Market went on a nice little run here, giving it up a little bit here, but the market's in for a positive open to start. PEV is still super, super strong. Imagine if it takes out the high of yesterday. All right, just checking some other stocks to see if there's anything interesting happening. Snowflake, SNOW, snow. There's a big pop for it. Looks like a pop for it anyway. It's kind of hard to tell on this 15-minute chart. JP Morgan upgraded and put a $165 price target. So upgraded the stock from neutral to overweight, announced a 165 price target, and that is for SNOW, SNOW. Well, definitely keep an eye on the VEDU on a 215 break. That was the high again back here. Takes that out. 318 would be the next high on this. This is on the daily chart also. So then after that, I'm sorry, am I wrong? No, yeah, 318. This is the. So I don't know what happened with this one. If this was a symbol name change because the position in lifetime range, it's way too low. If this is a truly started trading, it's not an IPO. It cannot be an IPO. So something must have happened here. Maybe a symbol name change. KBH earnings play. I haven't see KBH earnings play. You are right. Yeah, modest gain so far. Home builder, of course. They have been flattened over the last few weeks. Look at this. I mean, this was up to well, how many months ago? 5 months ago. This was a $50 stock. We're now 27. All right, 912. Let me do a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have from briefing.com this morning. Wow. Okay, we have a few upgrades and we have a ton of downgrades. So let me get the upgrades in first. That's it for the upgrades. Now we have a ton of downgrades this morning. Aha. Okay. What's happening with I think ATH got absolutely hammered yesterday, and it's a very cheap stock right now. Yeah. So it's not. I'm just looking at a ton of downgrades for it this morning. Ton. Well, I've got three anyway. Oops. Just give me a moment here. A few more to go. Just looking to see if there's any other multiple downgrades. Okay, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. And give me one moment. Okay, I am now back. And yeah, so that ATHA got hammered yesterday. I can't remember exactly. It's a drug bio, so obviously some bad news yesterday for it. I think it's an Alzheimer's drug. Whoa, boy. So the two stars today could be the VEDU. See if it takes out that 215. Whoops, VEDU. Taking out that 215. Price alert set. Now, again, just because I set a price alert, if it hits it, doesn't mean I just hop into the trade. I just want to know if it does, and then I can make up my mind, see how it's trading. Also, I don't like taking trades in the first 15 minutes, so that might nail me because it might just start to run. And today, again, I'll be super concentrating on my racers. I'm going to start it pretty soon. Good morning. Yeah, I haven't seen you for a while. Okay, take a look at, I'm going to click on new from our toolbar and dock channel bar, and then we're going to take a look at the sectors, see what's happening. I didn't check the oil prices overnight, so or right now, so I don't not sure what's happening with energy. 100%. Okay, so what you're seeing here, if you're new to this, what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So for instance, this is XLE. This is the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So what does that 100% in green mean? It means that every single stock that make up XLE is above yesterday's close. That's what that means. Okay, 100%. And you can see the fact that the SPY is positive this morning. Virtually every sector is positive. Maybe not 100%, but here's tech. The tech stocks, 90% of them are above yesterday's close. Communications, 85%, etc. So if you're looking for a weak sector, but you could say the weakest sector right now is financials. Only 59% are up. Okay, so that's how. But of course, you look at this, I don't know, 15 or 45 minutes from now or so, and we look at it as opposed to the change from the close, the change from the open, things can be dramatically different. And let's see. This is the wild one. I still have this one thumbnail just because it's been so wild. It's SYM. I'm going to make a little bit of a pop here. This has been a very active trader to say the least. I did see this one. This one can be, wow, okay, it's coming back a little bit. This is the JZXN. JZXN. It's been active in the past. It got up to, what did it get up to? 130 in the pre-market. It pulled down. I thought it was going to take out $1, not quite, but nice base on the 5 and a little pop here on the 5-minute chart. And there is, let's see, signing an EV contract with WM Motor. So this is a Shanghai-based automotive firm, WM Motor Technology. So this is the news for this company, JZXN. So it's an EV play. Morning, YouTubers. And Revlon. I just have this one thumbnail. So Revlon's giving up a little bit here. I forget saying, incredible run from what was that? The low was what, 80? So the low was $1.08, is that right? $1.08, yeah, $1.08 a few days ago. So the market's been a little bit, that's interesting, and to say the least. We've had that big run, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, an hour and a half straight up, a little pause. Ooh, guys, there's the VEDU, not quite at that 250. Man, I wish it weren't doing this right now. Now, if you guys are anybody's in this one, of course, I wish you the best, but I wish it weren't doing it right now. My ideal situation would have been hanging around 210 or so for 15 minutes, and then after 15 minutes, the market opened, then it pops through 215 and begins a run, but it may just run without me. Somebody's asking me to check Clovis. I think it's in horrible, isn't it? Yeah, nothing happening here. No, it had a pop a couple of days ago, but nothing happening now, so I'm not sure what to say. All right, good. VEDU, it actually came back a little bit. So I'm going to reset my alert. Yeah, GSUN, glad you pointed that one out, Jay. GSUN, yeah, this was an IPO from yesterday. Thing to do is just maybe stick an alert at the high of yesterday and see if it takes it out. One of these really cheap IPOs with very few shares issued, and it's also China. We've seen some, well, it's already crazy because I think the IPO price was around the, I don't know, $4 to $5 level. So yeah, looking at the SPY, we had that hour and a half and then a little pop and then about an hour, 15 down. And now we've got 45 minutes up. So a little bit choppy action in the SPY this morning. A little bit of activity for Robinhood, HOOD, a little bit of activity here. There's the high of 2 days ago was $8. So what unbelievable what's happened to this company. Triple L from yesterday. Let's see, what is it doing? Not much. This was another one of those stars from the race yesterday. Quick hitter. Yeah, who knows? Maybe I'll get my wish. Maybe it'll just hang around here for a bit. VEDU. Hang around here just for a bit and and then take out that 215 again. Talking about the VEDU. All right, didn't really look at this one. Another China stock earnings. This is ATIF. ATIF earnings play modest, 18%. Not very much volume yet. Released earnings this morning. ATIF. Probably a low float. Yeah, another low float situation. Yeah, RAD actually. RAD is an earnings play. RAD is an earnings play. This could be a very active trader. It's not that much in the float. 53 million. We've seen some pretty interesting moves. I remember this 3 month sequence back in 2020 went from 10 to about 35, and of course sank after that. But Rite Aid, RAD, is an earnings play. Oxy on the move here, guys. OXY on the move. Of course, an energy one of the big energy players. Oxy on the move. Of course, every energy. Well, I'm pretty sure OXY is makes up XLE, is one of the stocks in XLE. And of course, all of them are up from yesterday's close. Here's another Chinese stock, guys. PDD is on the move here. PDD on the move. So I guess so if you look at KWEB, but I mean, this is the news, okay? Chinese companies are trading higher after Chinese president said China would adopt measures to reach its economic targets despite the impacts of COVID. Okay, so my guess, of course, is that KWEB is going to be also running right now a little bit. Yep. Very choppy though. Look at the action with KWEB over the last few days. Pretty choppy. All right, I will start the race now. Start the racing now. 1 minute, thank you. Okay, William. All right, everybody. Yeah, less than a minute till this open. Let's have a great trading day today. Excuse me. Typically, I do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Got to let things settle down a little bit. Revlon's having a little move again, guys. REV, they've gone positive. Yes, it actually has gone positive. REV, actually this morning, it did get up to 920 before it fell all the way back down to 750, but it's having a little move just before the market opens. So obviously the three flyers this morning could be the VEDU, the PEV, PEV, and Revlon again, REV. So we're now open. Hey, Kirk. Kirk was up then down, so you be careful. I just saw there was a big bottoming tail for this one. So Kirk was another one from yesterday. KIRK. So I had set a price alert. That was the high of yesterday, was 520. So it's right around that area, but it's early. It is early. But of note, 574 would be the next high. Assuming it can, assuming it can take out yesterday's high again of 520, then the next high looking left on the daily chart is 574. It actually had some news yesterday too. I'm talking about Kirk. And it is winning this race right now, but it is early. There it goes. All right, guys. So that is winning this race right now. This Kirk is winning the race. It is a little bit early, but it depends on your. I just find things chop around too much in the first 15 minutes. Okay, so PEV is looking still. It's always going to be interesting, but PEV is still near the highs. Hasn't pulled back too much. High was up here almost $8. All right, now with Kirk, what I'm going to do with Kirk is put an alert just around. Okay, wow, there's the VED. VEDU's been very choppy. I mean, look at that bottoming tail, but all the way down to 197. It's popped right back up. Vroom vroom, VROM. Sorry, VRM. Now the issue with this one is 131 is the next high looking left. After that, 136. So it just, for me, it just doesn't have enough room. I mean, it might rock, but it just doesn't have enough room. Plus, it's got pretty big float, 129 million in the float. So with not having that much room and with that float, I mean, to me, it's going to be, I think anyway, tough to get through all this on the daily chart for VRM. Yeah. So what we're seeing here, and this is what the development crew knows at the beginning, it's pretty not choppy, but with the information overload at the beginning when the market opens, this is why it looks a little bit messy. I mean, this will be fixed as we're going forward. Well, the launch, or the race is based on any top list. Okay, so now if you're looking for the actual top list, if you click on new from our toolbar, then click on dock channel bar, and then click on explosive winners. This is in essence, I've modified it a little bit, but this is the top list, the biggest gainers from the open. I've modified it a little bit because I wanted to put in a higher minimum volume. Look at PEV now, guys. PEV is almost at yesterday's high. So I upped the minimum volume from 20,000 to 200,000. as an example. But this is what it's based on, the biggest gainers from the open, and it is in the explosive winners channel. But again, to start any stock race, you can have any one of your top lists and you can run a race on it. It basically, that's where they start from. All right, MSPR. This is another interesting one. I think I saw this one yesterday. The next high looking left is 250. It's got some room, guys. MSPR has got some room. Look left on that daily chart. 250 is the next high looking left. So this has got some room. It's in this race. And PEV, I mean, wow. It looks like it's going to just another 20 cents away from taking out yesterday's high, or 16 cents right now. I feel like I'm calling a horse race right now, but man, this is really, really running now. Keep an eye on MSPR. I mean, the fact that it's over 2 now, a psychological number to break, and the fact that it's got some room to 250 until it hits that next high, that is far enough away on a percentage basis, in my opinion anyway. Hey guys, MSPR. I mean, this looks really interesting. I mean, it's got the room. Remember, you're going to take these, you got to trade them, okay? You just can't think, well, I'll just take it and now walk away for the rest of the day. You've got to trade them. 6.5 million in the float. So it's a very low float situation. SFT, you mentioned SFT. Let's see, SFT. Yes, oh, it's under $1. That's why it's not showing up in my. So it looks like the EV, is this an EV play? Not really. It's an automotive play, but not an EV play specifically. Okay. The MSPR, guys, is again, if you took this one, be aware of that 250. Well, my guess now is SFT. It has to be over $1 because I'm hearing it. Yeah, I'm hearing it. And when I say hearing it, it's showing up here. My minimum is $1. So nice call, Zach, on the. All right, guys, PEV now at an all-time high. I still have a problem with that, Zach. I won't take it even if it's under, I won't take it if it's under a dollar, so. Okay, guys, this IGA on the move here. Is it on the move up though? Okay, we've got some, okay, Kirk is starting to run again. KIRK starting to run. VEDU, the MSPR. Races, guys, races, races, races. Okay, so we've got the ones to really keep an eye on. The VEDU is just over yesterday's high, barely. Kirk is again testing its highs. And of course, PEV. And I mean, MSPR. This has been a really nice percentage move so far. All from the races. Don't you dare short it yet. Yeah, CODX is a monkeypox play. CODX is a monkeypox play. Look at the volume in PEV on that first 15-minute candle. So 20 million, 1.8 million in the float. What did it trade yesterday? 57 million. You know what? This is going to eclipse that. This is going to eclipse that. No problem. I mean, it's already traded 20 million. It traded 57 million yesterday, and it's already traded 20 million. All right, guys, I've taken some off this MSPR. And again, I'm changing my strategy just a little bit here. You know, I never, ever, ever used to take a trade in the first, well, not ever, but in the first 15 minutes. But with these races and these smaller ones, I'm getting, you know, a little more liberal, shall we say. And again, it's all about the room. All about the room. Where is that next high looking left? Ah, Kirk. Look at Kirk just romping now. I'm not in that one. Wow. Let's see if there's any news on this MSPR. I don't know. I don't think there was. Not that I could see. MSPR. I don't see any specific news for it, but what a move, guys. I mean, a lot of room. Well, I don't know about a lot of room. I mean, to me, 250, that was my fantasy area. I mean, if it could get there, then 365. You're right. If it can take out 250, you know, not saying I doubt it's going to do it, but I think it'll probably pause there anyway. But if it can take out 250, then man, 365 is the next high looking left. So well, okay, when I say a lot of room, most of the alerts and things that I'm looking at are already at a high of the day. They were very near. So what I do is I look left, okay, on a daily chart and then a weekly chart and a monthly chart. So what I'm doing when I say a lot of room, so this stock right here at 248, this MSPR, when I look left on a daily chart, the next high I see is 250. So if it could take out 250, then the next high would be 365, which I will term a lot of room to run before it hits the next high. Okay, but when I got into this one in that what did I get in at 213 area, 213, and I'm looking left and I'm seeing 250 is the next high. That for me is a lot of room before it hits that next high on a percentage basis, if all that makes sense. All right. Ooh, XPAV got halted on the XPAV. PAV got halted on the way down. Okay, I'm all out of this MSPR. I'm looking at some of the ones. Look at the VEDU. Look how choppy this has been. VEDU. I mean, it got up to 226 and just dropped. What's the market doing? Market's doing really nothing. Kirk is still hanging tough though. Kirk, K-I-R-K, is still hanging tough. So XENE is also hanging tough on their financing. So the financing, they raised about $240 million. That's a lot of money to raise. About 8 million shares at say $30, rounding off. So it's a little bit above the financing price, $31, a little bit above the financing price. No, I know Kirk is on that list. Yes. And 574 is the next high looking left. And again, it's a low float, 10 million in the float. Okay, RAD. So much for its earnings play. Looks like it's going to go negative actually. I mean, it had a nice little pop all the way up to 755, then all the way back down to 661. So, I mean, this could go negative. This is an earnings play, RAD. So if you took this Kirk, just be aware of that 574 is the next high looking left. All right, Weber guys, Weber, WEBR. I think this is another one of those meme plays. Yeah, high short float percent, if that is correct, 57%. That is a super, super high. So we've got a bunch of things going for it. Actually had a little bit of news yesterday. It appears that it's a WSB or a meme stock. low float 17 million, and a high short float percent. So definitely not liking the action in the VEDU. I don't like that. It's very, very choppy. To start off with anyway. Well, there it goes, guys. Weber on the move. Okay, PEV just opened and a little bit of a pop. It didn't drop too much from the, so let's see if this still has some legs. Yeah, the problem I had with Vroom, VRM, was all this. I mean, I may be completely wrong, as you know, but I looked at all this right here. I mean, it's a lot to get through, perhaps. It's a high short float, but it's also a high float. So that's the reason why I kind of backed off this one. But it is winning a race. And there's the Weber also. There's your SFT, Zach. Now, Revlon really giving it up now, guys. Really giving it up. Not shortable for me. Again, a lot of these are just quick hitters. I mean, look at the Kirk. You cannot hang around too long. I did not take this one, but I mean, look, I mean, it goes from 555 and all the way back down to 5. These are big percentage drops, and why? Look at the float, low float. Look at the MSPR. I mean, the MSPR is right back down now. All right, now the market's putting in a bit of a red bar now. Yeah, this is monkeypox play, CODX, not gaining any enthusiasm right now anyway. How's SIGA doing? SIGA? Yeah, the same. I mean, super choppy. Well, my goodness, your SFT, you say you're all cash now, so you're out of this one. This is still romping. Man, oh man, that's a big float too. I mean, for a $1 stock, I thought 54 million. Is that short float? So what are we looking at now? Next high looking left is was 127 on the weekly, 143. All right, guys, keep an eye on PEV again, PEV again, taking out 8 maybe. I'm going to stick an alert up here for PEV, maybe around 818 or so. I want to see if it can get back to, all right, up to this level here. Take out 8 and then maybe take another shot at yesterday's high. It did take it out, got up to 850. Yesterday's high was 840. So all right, guys, I'm just now looking at some of my thumbnail charts, see if anything's happening. Boy, this SFT, a great call, Zach. I'm amazed at it. And once it took out a dollar, it just kept running. I thought, a lot of these, they take out a dollar and then they drop. But giving you maybe an opportunity to get back in, but not even close. What's the volume like? 14 million? Yeah, a ton of volume for SFT. All right, looking at something new, maybe showing up on the in the race. What's TAL doing? TAL, of course, China Education Stock. Always lagged that EDU. EDU, what is EDU doing today? EDU, yeah, it's having another decent day. TAL was always lagging it. Yeah, so yeah, I can do that. Somebody asking in our YouTube room to share my race. Where are you? Biggest gainers from the open share. Yeah, and please save, when I'm not just in general, please save things to the cloud. So that link I just put in is you'll get a look. This is what it'll look like. This is the biggest gainers from the open, the racers. Look at where, I mean, guys, this is what I'm saying. You've got to be nimble. I mean, look at Weber. I mean, and why these floats, these low float situations, they're wonderful when they work for you, but if you don't pay attention, they can drop on you just like that. So 1062 and it got down to what? 963. So I mean, there's a dollar drop. So I'd be watching PEV for a break of 8 later on in the day if it happens. Doesn't happen. You know, just set a price alert. I've got my price alert set just over 8 for PEV. If it happens, it happens. Not, just move on. I just, Raj is just above you. Please save things to the cloud, guys, okay? You know, I hand out these links and I'm not picking on anybody specifically, but I've dropped, you know, if you want things from me, that's great. Just save them to the cloud so I don't have to constantly, put these links in every day. But Raj is just above you. That's the link for it, just above you. All right, here's another cheapie, BSGM. BSGM, what's the float like? 34 million, not crazy low. And what do we look when we see looking left 104, 108, yeah, 123. So I mean, it's got a little bit of room. Obviously, if it could get from 106 to 123, that'd be a nice percentage move, but it's just not as clean as I'd like to see it. Well, this is the tweak version. All I did was add 200,000 shares. Okay, made the minimum 200,000 shares instead of 20,000. So this link has always been with 200,000 shares minimum. But guys, listen, what I do here, I mean, you know, the filters that I use and all that, I mean, it should be a basis for you to start, but you can always adjust it, of course. You know, the fact that I've put 200,000 shares minimum in here doesn't necessarily mean that that's what everybody else has to do. Okay, the idea is, you know, to get the concept down, and then you can start adjusting things as you see fit. If you like it exactly the way it is, great. Again, I'm just talking generally. Well, there's already, William, there's already a race set up. You go to the sector channel, to the question there in the YouTube room. This is not the race. This is a race based on, you know, okay. All the races are based on top lists, okay? There's no one universal race. All the races are based on top lists. So you can create your own top list. You can do whatever you want and then create a race based on it. So your question about, is this the race you can run on a sector symbol list? We've created one. If you go again, click on new from our toolbar, click on dock channel bar, and then click on sector status. I believe there's a race already set up. Yeah, so here's a race set up already for you here based on the sectors as an example. Okay. Okay, William, and I'm talking to William in our YouTube room. So if you wanted to see a race like this all day long based on the sectors, then you just take this window, this race, and right click on it and then duplicate into a free floating window. And so now, because when you do that, then it takes it out of the layout. And then then it's free floating, okay? And then you can, if you want to watch it all day long, instead of having to stick on the channel all day long. Well, guys, I was wrong about the vroom. Look at this one. I mean, I really thought this would stall it, this whole area over here, but not even close. VRM, not even close. Okay, guys, listen. You're posting in stocks only, okay? Blue collar. So I'm just going to delete them. So it's not the not the content. I don't even care about the content, but you're just posting in the. Remember, guys, come on, you guys know stocks only. Stocks only is here. Stocks only. Remember this one from 2 days ago? This was a star from the racers 2 days ago. The CEAD. If this takes out yesterday's high of 136. This could get running. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to stick an alert. Yesterday's high around 137 or so. So I want to know if it happens, because if it does, then you just look left, look at the room it's got. When I say, now again, somebody asked me, well, what do I mean by room? I don't mean that it's going to get up here. All I'm saying is that, it's got room until the next high. So you don't have to worry about the next high being so close to the current price. So it has room to move if it wants to. We can't possibly know, of course, where it's going to go, but all I try to do is take one aspect of why a stock may not keep moving out of the equation. And for me, that is looking at the next high. When I look left, looking at the next high, how close is it? Now, okay, and again, you're hearing me talk about the races a lot now. So best thing you can do, you can listen to me, of course, and I can explain a little bit, but the best thing you can do is go to the user guide. Take the time, to go to the user guide and find out about what the races are all about in general. Okay. So I just typed in or put in my homepage link. And if you go to the education section right here, and then go to the user guide and scroll down until you see TI stock race. That'll give you the basic knowledge about what the races are all about. Okay. And how you can create your own races. Okay. A couple of videos, I think. So take the time, do it. If you're interested in racing, you hear me talk about it all day long. I've really adopted the races now as my almost my 100% way of checking to see the alerts that I want. But take the time to learn about them. Wow, look at PEV right back up. Big bottoming tail now for PEV, PEV. Look at that two big bottoming tails in a row, actually. Remember, what does that mean? Whoa, over 8 again. What does that mean? Let's bring up a big chart to explain what I'm talking about when I talk about bottoming tails. So look at PEV. So you see these bottoming tails. In fact, we've got 3 in a row here. So at one point, the sellers had this stock this is the current 15-minute candle. This is the previous one. Sellers had it down here, 726, but the buyers closed it here, 770. The sellers tried again. They knocked it all the way down to 713. But look at the buyers are trying to really resume complete control of this. And eventually, it's always a battle all day long between buyers and sellers. At some point, one group will give up for a while anyway. The buyers in this case, or the sellers in this case, they've had enough. It doesn't mean, look at this. I mean, they've had enough. They tried, but the buyers are too strong right now. Now, at some point, will the buyers take or sellers take control again? Probably. But it's always this tug of war all day long between buyers and sellers. And the reverse is true too. If you see a bunch of topping tails, that means, at one point, that would mean that the buyers had the price way up, but the sellers knock it down. The buyers may try again, sellers knock it down. So you see a series of topping tails. It's just the reverse psychology. This is why bottoming tails and topping tails can really give you a bit of a clue as to direction when finally one side gives up for a while. Yeah, they canceled an offering this morning, or was it after hours yesterday? It's VHAT. Oops. I think they announced the offering a few days ago. Stock got hammered down right here. Yeah, so it's still kind of hanging in there. You're right, 68%, super low float. Yeah, they canceled it after hours yesterday. So this stock got up to 187. All right. CNE, I keep talking about that. Well, that is still pretty strong from that financing, 30/50 financing. So it's a dollar above the financing price. So, I mean, they raised a lot of money, about 240, $250 million on this financing. So I guess shareholders are somewhat rewarding them, saying, you know what? Yeah, they're down, but off the financing price, 30/50. Yeah, I have tried that. You see, on my end, Devin, my cursor is huge. Okay, on my end, and so I'm not sure what I can do. It is giant on mine. I don't know why that doesn't. It must be different for different displays, perhaps. That's all I can think of. But yeah, I mean, this is not over. I mean, I should keep. I really, you know, these are great watch lists for the day, guys. Okay, this is the whole real. This is really maybe the call it the secret sauce of all this. Yeah, it's great when they start winning races and all, and you're following. Maybe you get into the trade, and then it falls like it did, but doesn't mean it's over for the day. So you look on the right hand side, you see the ones that win the races, and you'll see the ones that are won. So right here. So you can use this like a watch list all day long. Now, the other thing is I don't know how people get my email, but anyway, they do. And they say, well, I don't like the price range that you follow in your race. And that's fine. Change it. Okay. You can change the price range. Or you can change the market cap. If you're more interested in following, things with higher market caps, by all means, change it. I mean, I don't want to. Yeah, I should have a duplicate. I'll show you what you can do. So again, this is what it's based on, the explosive winners. If you go to the explosive winners channel, this is what the race is based on. I made some changes, but here it is. Okay, so here it is. So if you right click and configure, so this is what it's looking at. Okay, that well, I put a different price range in. I think I put 1 to 50. Okay, I didn't want super expensive stocks in there. I also upped this to 200,000 shares. But if you wanted to, you said, well, that's all well and good, but I want to see stocks with larger market caps. So you just click on search, type in cap. Okay, there's market cap. So you could add the filter, and then you could put, if you only wanted to see things, 200 million, 500 million, whatever. So, you can adjust the races to suit your trading style. I like the cheaper ones because they give us the biggest bang for the buck most of the time in terms of percentage moves. But, that may not be what everybody else wants. That's okay though. So I'm saying all my scans that I share, you can use them like templates, and then you can adjust them to your style of trading, a different price range, a market cap, if that's what you want to do. Okay, SIDU now. SIDU. Now, unfortunately, it's so extended. Right now, it is so extended. But take a look left. The high was 527. I mean, if it takes out that 527 later, I mean, look where it could. I'm going to stick an alert around 533, price alert, because then the next high looking left is 718. I mean, there's a ton of room before it hits that next high. All right, B hat on the move here, guys. B hat is on the move. Problem I see with it, 163, 159, 163, 157. Look at all this stuff right around here for B hat. I mean, it's possible it could take it out, of course, but it's such a low float, so of course anything could happen. But after that, if it can clear that 150 level, then 190 is the next high. Almost criminal though, You announce a financing, stock gets hammered down. Who knows who may have been buying down here? And then they cancel the financing. Ooh, this CEAD is getting closer to that high of yesterday. 136, getting closer. ATUS, Momo, let's take a look at ATUS. I don't see it showing up. A halt. I haven't been following too many of the halts today. So NE just got halted because of news. NE just got halted because of news. Yeah, so PEV is pretty choppy now, guys. I mean, I was hoping it would. I was hoping it would hold over this 8 level, base a little bit, and then really maybe get some volume and pop it through the high. But look at Kirk now. Boy, I mean, look at PEV though. I mean, this is very choppy though. See, now you're getting into the situation where you've got bottoming tails and topping tails kind of competing with each other. So you're sort of a little bit directionless. Well, BAT doesn't care what I think. BHAT doesn't care what I think. You know, that I thought maybe 150 might stall it. So, yeah, Snow, was that an upgrade, I think? Crawling off. Yeah, I have to expand that a little bit. Yeah, big move for it. Just way outside the price range that I trade, but boy, look at CNHI, guys, on the downside. CNHI on the downside. What's the next low looking left on the monthly chart is 1079. So that's got room. That's got about $1. And CNHI on the downside. Yeah, very wrong about the bat. I just thought it was too close to this resistance, but here's another. Okay, LLAP. What are you doing? I haven't seen you in this. Well, yeah, bat is nuts. You're absolutely right, Zach. Not shortable for me. I didn't take it for all the reasons I outlined, but obviously I was wrong. All right, this LLAP. Now, how interesting could this one be? 633 is the next high looking left. Yeah, see, I just wish all this weren't here, man. See, if all this were underneath this price, in other words, down here, boy, I mean, this would just have a ton of room to move. And that's what I think traders look at. You know, where could it go until it hits the next high? Ugh, how ugly was this? I mean, this was just a quick hitter. Kirk, very quick hitter. Ugly now. QURE from real. Let's take a look at QURE. Tested the VWAP, 1765. So yeah, it's testing it, holding it so far. Yeah, I had some news update, positive news for. I guess they have a Huntington's disease. Remember our friend Avaya? Used to trade this one. This had just had a tremendous few days. Avaya, AVYA. It got halted on the way. No, I'm sorry, it just resumed. You got halted because of news at 9:46, and so after that halt, the stock popped a little bit. Well, a little ticked off at myself for the bat, but you know what? I got to stick to my rules. There's always another one. Boy, the Saidu, oh boy. I mean, if it can take this out here, this 527 area, nice, it's had a nice run on the 15, kind of resting a little bit, but if it can take this 527 out, and look at the room it's got, 718 is the next high looking left. Whoa, that was a good short, the ATUS. I'm sure William took that. Okay, so I see a couple of airlines in your bounce play, Zach, United and Delta. Have to admit though, I'm just paying way more attention to all the activity in here. Look at the CEAD. Boy, it's trying. It is trying. Look at that. It just has to get another few pennies and it's above yesterday's high. And then maybe it can challenge that 250 level. All right, guys, I am take a look. I got to keep an eye on all these things that are happening here. So what's DNA doing? DNA 273. Okay, well, PEV is hanging in there. PEV is hanging in there around that 8 level. I think the longer it holds, I mean, it's, if it can form any sort of a base here and then catch some volume and start to move it, it's all about the float. 1.8 million in the float. Whew, all right, guys. Wow, it's a fast morning. These races keep me on my toes here. I mean, there's just so much activity. Um, well, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen live on the mic. My name is Barry Anderson, and I do work for Trade Ideas. So I get started with my homepage. A lot of information on my homepage. All right, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Meet me. They change these headings all the time. Anyway, so here is a promo code you can use. Excuse me, Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas, show you how much Trade Ideas costs. We have 4 plans, an annual, monthly, premium, standard. So annual premium is 2,000. Standard annual is 1,000, okay, minus the 15%, of course. The big difference is the AI. And I use the AI like a watch list if I can pay attention to it at all. I see Cure might be interesting, but that is what the AI is all about. That's the big difference. Standard is a great product, though. I'm not trying to downplay premium, but Standard is an awesome product. What I would do not take out an annual subscription unless you absolutely know you want the product. You have to look at the terms and conditions of signing up for an annual. Okay. No, what you should always, in my opinion, start off with a monthly just to make sure you want the product. Standard is 118, the premium is 228. You can apply that 15% discount to the first month only. If you decide you want to stick with a monthly, that's fine, but this is what you'll pay going forward. At any point, if you do want to say, you know what, I want to go to get to an annual, you can do it and we'll honor the 15% discount. Okay, so do not start off with an annual unless you absolutely know you want the product. If you do take out a subscription, mandatory that you do this first. Let's get started. It talks about the download and installation, first startup and login. It'll take you about 30 minutes. There are 10 videos. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through it. Do that first. I do a stock of the day video at noon. It's all free. You can sign up for it here. Trade of the week, which has been awesome this week. Let me just take a look at BQ. Falling a bit here, but remember, Monday, trade of the week is a free service. You can sign up for it. It gets sent to your inbox, your email, before the market opens Monday morning. Of course, the market was closed Monday, so it came this week. It came on Tuesday. It was the trade of the week was DQ, and the suggested entry was around $60. So I mean, this has had a great run. What did it get up to yesterday? Got up to $69, almost $70. So tremendous trade of the week. They're designed for longer term holds, but how you trade them was up to you. The education section, lots of information is here. We had a great user guide. Do not get overwhelmed by all the information. You don't have to learn everything all at once. Some of the things in the user guide you might not care about. It's like any other user guide. Obviously, as you do the get started, I'm going to go over the channel bar where we have all of the different theme-based channels and all the scans that we've created for you if you want them. You should know what an alert window is and what a top list window is, what the differences are. And now I'm going to highlight going down here. You want to learn more about the stock races? Please take the time to take a look at this, or a couple of videos and some text, so you'll get an idea about what the stock races are all about, how you can create your own. You know, I use this one, but doesn't necessarily mean that that's what you have to do. Okay, but don't get hung up on everything else. Just get the basics down. Today is Thursday, so it should be, who's in the room today? Steve. Yeah, it should be Steve Gomez is in our YouTube room today. I take a break between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over. And so Steve is the originator of the trade of the week, so you can congratulate him. I'll take my break at noon. I'll put the YouTube link in, and you can listen to Steve for an hour. And then also between 3:30 and 4:30, Monday to Friday, Chris Farley from TradeIdeas takes over in our YouTube room. So lots of support all the time. Daily webinars. So we're done this week. Next week we're on the Tuesday, Thursday rotation. And this week we were on the Monday, Wednesday, but you can sign up for them all right here. And if you're new to trading, Back to Basics is for you. Michael Noss at TradeIdeas put it together. This is a free service. Starts off with what is a stock. I think there are about 36 little videos. So please, if you're new to trading, take the time to do this also. And last, the scans that I'm sharing right there. You can, I haven't talked about Zach's bouncers and toppers, but I can see there's some nice ones today from them. And this is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market act is up and down, but I've got a lot of scans here that I am sharing. So save my link. You save my link, then you can look at the education section, my scans, the let's get started anytime you want. And I see Pev has taken a header. So what is TradeIdeas? We are a scanner. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use TradeIdeas. So I've already shown you the scans that I'm sharing. If you go to my homepage, we're sharing a lot of scans here also. If I click on new from our toolbar, and then click on docked channel bar, every one of these channels are theme based. So the explosive winners, this is what I'm basing my race on. The biggest scanner from the open, this top list, that's what I'm basing it on. I've made some adjustments, but you can take a look at this. And if any scans that you might like that we've created, all you have to do, you go to the channel, if you see something you like, you just right click on the scan, and where it says duplicate into a free floating window, basically what you have to do, you have to get it out of the channel. That's what you're doing. And so this showed up on my other monitor. So here it is. Okay. So the concept, all I'm trying to really show you is you can go to the different channels and extract scans that we've created. You bring them out so they're free floating, save them to the cloud, right click, save or share to cloud, save. Now it's in the cloud. So I can go to another channel. I'm going to close this down. I can go to, say, the momentum channel. If you like this scan right here, as it loads, there's LI, and you can see what it's doing. Look what LI is doing. And it's making a new home. So what we're really good at is real-time alerts. Okay, so what you're seeing here, if I right-click configure and click on the summary, And this is what you can do with any scan that we've created, including mine. You just right click, configure summary, and it's going to tell you exactly what the scan is looking for. So in this particular case, this momentum scan is looking for stocks between 1 and 50, minimum volume 100,000 shares, etc. It's not, I'm just showing you the concept. You always start off with some filters. If all of these filter values are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's why we're seeing LI right now. So if you like this, the way it is, again, you just right click, duplicate into a floating window. So you take it out of the scan, out of this layout. But of course, if you wanted to, here's that vroom. Wow. There's vroom. Look at it go, guys. Look at it go. If you can obviously they'll modifying it and including mine. Again, right click configure and you click on that summary. So you might look at these filters and go, you know what? I like the concept, but I like a different price range. So you can click on the icon, price icon, and now you can change it. If you said, you know what, I love it, I like the idea, but I want a different price range, I'm going to change it to 10 to 100 instead of 1 to 50. Click on the summary and you'll see there it is changed. You can say okay, and then you can duplicate it into a free floating window and then save it to the cloud. So of course, we've created all these different scans for you, but of course you can adjust them. The action is heating up right now. This might be a good top list to use to run a race on, as an example. I think what I'll do is I'll just duplicate it into a free floating window. And later on, I may create a race just based on this. So I'm not showing you, like, this is not to teach you how, I'm just giving you an overview of trade ideas, of course, and if you're taking this seriously, you should go to the user guide and check out the different sections that might be of interest to you. And then the Q and A's, Chris, between 3:30 and 4:30, he's got more time because, he's not trading as much and he's not looking in the same way I am. So between 3:30 and 4:30, you want to ask questions, like drill down into the software a lot more, you can do so. I can do it also. Don't be afraid to ask me questions. But, if you're going to ask some very basic questions, I'm going to first demand that you go to the getting started. Like, what is an alert window? I won't answer that question because you have to go to you have to do some work on your own. It's a software program. Now, having said that, if you want to create your own scans, of course you can. When the company started in 2003, they thought that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their own scans. So if you right click on an alert window and click on configure and then click on search, you will see that when you see these icons, these are the alerts and these are the real-time alerts, all the different types of real-time alerts that we've got. And if I scroll down far enough, the icons will change to the filter icons. Do not get hung up on how many we have. We have thousands of customers, all sorts of different trading styles. So we had to create enough alerts and filters so for the majority of our customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. You don't have to learn them all. I hardly know any of them. I don't care. I look at the ones that I want, and that's it. So if you want to create your own scans, of course you can. Okay, let me get back to what's happening here. Wow, look at the Elia. I mentioned that one just a little while ago. Probably was around 360. It came out of its halt on the news and it popped a little bit, and here it goes. AVYA. Guys, I'm loving this. The whole idea of these races is that it's a different visual depiction of what's going on. That's why I'm really liking it. It's not that of course I can have an alert window that is going to tell me that Avaya is making a new high over and over again. I can have that, yes. But I find this is way more of maybe an easier way to track things, and gives me a little more confidence when I see it in winning races after one after another. The other thing that it does for me, because all of my alerts are basically showing stocks making new highs or new lows. So I will not be able to see a stock that might be just a little bit below the low, okay, of the day, but starting to move, and it will show up here. And I can look at that because I would never see it unless it took out the high of the day, as an example. And so again, this on this right-hand side here of the races, this is showing me, so MSPR won, why it's in the number one position. I mean, it's actually tied with SFT. It won the race 3 times. Okay, SFT won the race 3 times. So this is ranking them, the top 10. So you can follow this all day long. It's a great little watch list that is constructed for you. I mean, something that's winning over and over again, should be probably watched all day long. Maybe it sets up later on. If you missed it the first time, maybe it'll set up later on for you. What this allows you to do is focus, just on one window. And again, you could set this race up in any way you want. In other words, if you wanted to see racing based on pullbacks, you could do that. Okay. It doesn't have to be, I mean, you'd have to set up the filters in a different way, but that's exactly right. That's how many times it won, Roger. Yes. And that's set up when you start off, when you set up the race at one of the options. Let me just do this one. Yeah, so when I set up the race, and then one of the options is show top 10 winners. Okay, so that's why it's like that. I'm gonna set this race up later on in the day, just based on this top list called the action is heating up. Okay, I'm gonna set it up later on. I'll show you guys how you can do something like that. But I encourage you to create your own top lists, create your own races. I mean, I think this is awesome because the biggest gainers from the open. Hey, if you're looking for momentum plays, this is probably as you probably don't have to look too much further than something like this. And again, just to keep talking about this. Our top lists are fine, but they're basically static. So, you can sort your top list on any single column. I've got this top list sorted on the position in the day's range. I want to see the stocks that are right at the high of the day. Okay. But that doesn't tell me if this stock is actually moving or not. Okay, all it's telling me is that it's at the high of the day. If I sort on the change from the open, okay, yeah, this is telling me that VRM is 43%, but it can't tell me if it's moving right now. It's just, this is just ranking it. So something could be moving down here that I'm just not going to be aware of. Okay, and that's where the race comes in. Because the race starts every 4 minutes. I mean, the way I've structured the racing is that it's going to start every 4 minutes. And I do it automatically. So I run the race for 4 minutes and then the next one starts. Okay. So everything, when the race starts, imagine just like any other race. Who's winning the race when the race starts? And you would have no idea that something down here could be starting to really run because it's too static just by staring at a list like this. But this is giving you the information. Well, not me. No shorts available. Yes, I see that IoT, Zach, from your scan. Wow, look at this TBLT. I mean, look at the possibilities for this one. The next high looking left is 165, and then after that is 303 TBLT. I don't know what happened here. I don't know if it's a financing or some horrible news. See if I can see any news on this one. Ah, this was a reverse split. A 1 for 150 reverse split. Oh my goodness. Okay, but I mean, so this is all split adjusted, of course. You can see though, if somehow it can take out that, I'm going to stick an alert at 166. I mean, look at the room it's got. So I haven't really looked at what the market's doing. So the Dow's up, SPY's up, and NAS is up. So there's no disconnect. Okay, we're having another decent day. We almost had the 2 days in a row, but then the SPY gave it up right at the very end of the day. CNTX, what are you doing? I mean, look at this one. All right, Vedu is doing it again, but it has been so choppy. VEDU has been so choppy today. The only thing I can say is that the trend is up, of course. If you look at the 15-minute chart, it's making higher lows. And, you get these bottoming tails again. The sellers have been trying, but the buyers are, in control to a certain extent. I still think if it, has to take out that 215 again, and if it can take up the 215, then the next high is 318. So, I mean, there's a ton of room if it wants to keep moving before it hits that next high. But it's got to take out 215 again. But look at the fake it did up at the, you know, that that first 15-minute candle. And there, you know, I mean, there it is. I mean, it's at it again. But that first 15-minute candle, I'm sure a lot of people thought, okay, yeah, it took it out, 224. And then look what it did. I mean, that's a big, big drop percentage wise. All right, Todd, I have no idea what you're saying, but grow up. Okay, let's see. Yeah, market breaking higher. Yes. All right, IoT is still hanging in that high area. I know you know this, Zach, so it's still hanging up in this area. Maybe if 1285 breaks, I might take a run at that. Okay, Todd. Okay, apology accepted. Just didn't know what you were talking about. Typically, that's not the sort of language you use in the room. We use in the room here. Okay, guys. Yeah, this MSPR has been a little bit too choppy for me. It was a great early trade for me, but then, you know, that's very choppy now. Very choppy now. Well, there's BAT again, guys. BHAT 190 is the next high looking left. I mean, I'll be stunned if it takes out two. Yeah, it certainly has not broken down yet, IoT. So I do see that Funko is showing up on that scans, Zach. This had an upgrade this morning. I guess that's the reason why it is had the nice pop. Aha! Keep an eye on GSUN. Oh man, it's too bad. Spread is awful. GSUN. This is the IPO from yesterday. I had an alert set for picking up the high of yesterday, and it's doing it, but the spread is pretty tough. At one point, that was $1. It's 20.05, 20.50 right now. It's pretty tough to commit. When I got that alert, it said 19.50, 20.50, so very, very tough to commit. Now it's 20.05, 22. If you're wondering what I'm talking about, this is what I'm talking about. There's the spread, 20.50 on the bid, 22 on the ask. Now, at the end of the day, if this is $30, that won't matter, but we don't know it's going to be 30 at the end of the day. Well, VEDU. That's right. That was the JP Morgan one, right? Yeah, JP Morgan upgrade. See, now the spread is, not as bad, 21.72, 22, but they could yank that any moment. Yank that bid. Meanwhile, again, I'm wrong. Look at BAT, BHAT just crashing through two, briefly anyway. So if you're into pullbacks, I mean, here's the Vroom as an example, okay? So you see it here, and now it got as high 177. It has pulled back to 158. Again, I'm not a great pullback player, but there's an argument to be made that if it could, maybe take this out 150, 160, maybe it starts to move higher again. For you people following SIGA, SIGA, look at SIGA, kind of interesting. Takes out 1320, could have a run. Again, monkeypox, they actually had some news this morning saying they had $13 million of orders, okay, for their monkeypox drug. Well, VDU is going without me. VEDU just was too choppy for me, but it's now taken out the area. And hey, if you were able to get this right around here, just be aware that you've got a lot of room. 318 is the next high looking left. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'm just following discussion at Trade Ideas. Okay, there's the IoT now. Okay. See if this moves now from here. All right, guys, I am again just following some internal discussions. So, I mean, the fantasy area would be 1229 for IoT to fall to. Okay, looks like there's decent support right around there on the 5-minute chart for IoT. Then there's the cure. There's QURE, guys. Remember we talked about this one earlier. Ah, VE, do you? You're going without me? I'm having a tough time though, Zach, tearing myself away from this. I really am. It's so active all day long. This meaning that they're racing. Hey, come on, IoT, do something. Okay, what's this LPTX doing? LPTX. So it's all about getting an alert, clicking on it, look left on the daily. If you don't see anything, and when I say don't see anything, in other words, if all this, all these candles were below the current price, so you can't instantly see looking left where the next high is, then you turn your attention to the weekly chart. And then you turn, if you can't, if all the action is still underneath the price when you're looking at a weekly chart, then you look at the monthly chart. One moment, please. All right, I'm back. Get my music going. All right, guys. I am just waiting on this. I'm in this IoT. Okay, I'm just waiting to see if it has a nice big collapse. I just want to, where am I in at? 1286 on the short for IoT. It's from Zach Scan. All right, what's happening here? What's happening with a Vroom VR? Oh man, VRM. I just can't believe it took up that 150 like absolutely nothing. Big float too. 129 million in the float. That is a big float for it to be doing this. Okay, MVST. Look at this one. 315 is the next high looking left. 303. Wow, 344. It's got a little bit of room. MVST, Microvast. Yeah, guys, I mean, for those of you who are really into scalping, I mean, this is an awesome little tool. You know, quick hitters. So this is Huntington's disease. That's right, QURE, and 41 million. Not a crazy low float, not crazy high. So this is from the AI guys. I mean, that's obviously an awesome one from the AI so far. 1778, 1883. Now, those of you who want to automate the AI, look where the AI got out of this trade, 1794 from 1778, as an example. Don't agree with automating the AI at all. Adam, I don't know if you're in this room today. I know you were in yesterday, and I know if without trying it in the simulator first, I think it's not the right way to go. Nah, I don't know about IoT. It's just not dynamic enough for me. I'm going to give it a little bit longer, but now I'm wondering why QURE is not. Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay. I was wondering why is it not showing up. Oh boy, that PEV looks dead in the water now. PEV looks really, really, really dead here. Well, I know you know that Cure is showing, QURE is showing up on your top scan also. Look at Avaya, guys. Avaya, nice little move here over 4. Not quite a red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart. Had news, big pop after the news. A little bit of room, 426, a little bit of room. I haven't followed Bitcoin at all. All I saw was Mara had a downgrade. That's all I really saw. What is Bitcoin doing? BIPO? Well, 2%. Okay. Coin. Okay. Let's take a look at coin. What is it doing? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. 10%. Big move for coin for sure. Look how erratic VEDU is. I mean, you can take that trade. You've got to be watching it though. I mean, up to 242, then drop back down almost to 2. Very, very choppy action. Woo. Well, Shady, that it triggered. I know you're looking for a 250 break, but again, look how choppy this one is. Just really tough to commit, in my opinion. MSPR. It was a wonderful first trade here, but boy, you got all these, I just run when I see, patterns with big topping tails and bottoming tails on the 15-minute chart. It's just so difficult. So let's create a race just for fun on this one. The action is heating up. See what I've got here. 50,000 shares. Okay, so I'm going to adjust the price range. I don't want it to be 1 in 1,000. Okay, I'll make it 1 in 50. I'll make the volume, I want it to be 200K. Change from the close to, okay. Okay, so, and I'm going to get rid of, let's see. Yeah, I just want to see the ones on the way up. So this is it's going to have a volume component, 300% on the 5-minute. Is that all? And we're going to sort because we're going to do the change from the open. Okay, so I've just sort of modified it a little bit. Now I'm going to launch a race, launch real-time stock race. So this is, you have to elongate it if you want to get some more lanes in. So I'm just going to, I'm going to run it for 4 minutes. It's going to be based on thought about that. Just a minute. I'm going to start again. I have to add the change from the open column if I want to sort on that. So change from the open, add it as a column, show the column. Okay, so there it is. Now you see what happens. So if I run, right click, launch real-time stock race. Again, I'm going to stretch this out. Run it for 4 minutes. Oops. Now when I do the drop down, now I see the change from the open. Again, you can run the race on any one of the column headers that you have. The sort is going to be always the delta. I want to see the change. Auto rerun, yes. I want to see company logos, replace cars. Now I can run the race. I think I'm good. And now the only other thing, right click, show top 10 winners. So I want to see it like this on the right hand side. And we'll see what happens. So basically what we've done in this one, it's in essence the same as this. The only big difference really is the volume component, okay? So there has to be that volume over 5 minutes has to be 300% of normal. That's really the only difference. All right, guys. So, well, the IoT is starting to work a little bit better now. Let's see if it really has this big drop. Still in it in the short. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. What time is it? 11:25. So in about 30 minutes, I'll be taking my break. So give me one moment. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, I'm patiently holding on to that IoT. It's basically where I shorted it. Got into the 70s. I was hoping that that would be the big drop, but not yet. Market, it's certainly not. Market is in our favor if you're looking for a drop there, but just not wanting to do it in any big way. Meanwhile, BHAT just made another new high. I mean, look, the next high is 218. The next high in that daily chart is 218 and then 225. Unbelievable. I really, I watched this in the pre-market. I saw it do this, and then I saw this action just before the market opened. The market opens and it says, whatever. It goes down to $1 and then doubles from there. Crazy. Well, here's another one showing up out of nowhere. Rain Therapeutics. Rain Therapeutics, RAIN. The next high looking left is 425 on the weekly chart. So this has got some room. I mean, it's got some room. Any news on this one? Trading higher after Jones Trading initiated a buy rating and announced, hold on, $17 price target. Why not? Hey, okay, come on, just drop IoT. So Rain, $17 price target put on by, I don't know these guys at all, Jones Trading. No idea who they are. But they've definitely given this a shot in the arm. Whoa, look at this. It just popped to 420. Well, and then down. Good grief. Oh man. It's tough spread also. 393, 404, but wow. Are they seriously, Larry? I don't know if that's tongue in cheek. Never heard of them. Means nothing. The fact that I haven't heard of them, but well, I'm going to watch this one. The longer it holds over 425 is the next high in the monthly, 578. I mean, they put what did I say again? $17 price target? Boy, watch this rain. I mean, if this really holds four, and look at the volume increasing here. So this is what it's looking like. I mean, we're getting sort of the same ones here. I'm getting Funko here. No, I'm not getting Funko over here. Now, you see what happens when you have too many of these. This is what can happen. And this is, obviously they have to fix this. When I say this, you see how messy this is looking now? And because I also have the biggest losers, I really have not paid too much attention to it. So I'm almost prepared, to ditch virtually everything. Just keep an eye on this. Keep an eye, oops. Keep a bit of an eye on Zach's bouncers and toppers if things get slow, because they don't get too many alerts. And my goodness, that might be it. Meanwhile, OILD, which I just don't understand what this really means. The Bank of Montreal. I mean, that's not the Bank of Montreal symbol, but it's obviously something to do with the Bank of Montreal. And this has been so active. We have no float information on it at all. I have no idea how this fits in with the Bank of Montreal. I haven't covered yet. Let's see. Let's see. I haven't really looked. Where's the VWAP for rain, guys? I'm telling you, this rain could just explode here. Oh, man, not in it yet. Um, IoT, where's the VWAP? 1254. Okay, yeah, you're right. You're right. Maybe that's. Yeah, man, oh man, guys. I mean, am I the only one excited about these races and a new way of looking at data? Okay, I've covered some of the IoT, as Zach said. Maybe the VWAP might hold it up. Just go to my so Mike B. Just go to my homepage and go to the scan section, and it's right there. There's my homepage link. Just go to my homepage, go to the scan section, and you'll see it. It's literally called Zach's Bouncers and Toppers. Ah, okay. Thank you, Bob. It's been showing up on the scanners for, well, a while now. Right here. I mean, this was a $3 stock a few days ago, a couple of weeks ago, maybe 340. It's doubled. And I don't, I think I guess this started like this back here on the 21st in 2021. So not quite a year ago. Okay, this is new coming in here. NCTY is new. Well, again, I just look at it and I think it's just got too much resistance not that far away. I mean, 157 is the next high looking left, and then you've got 160. So, I mean, it's at 147 now. If all this were underneath, it would look so much better. Excuse me, so much better. So I'm trying to see, I don't see a massive difference. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to save this one though, in case I ever want to bring it back and get rid of it. Keep an eye on rain. Really keep an eye on this rain, okay? And the spread is tightened up a little bit here. Aggressive price target put on it, $17. The next high looking left is 425 and then 578. So you can kind of see if it can take out 425. It could really start to run again. I mean, I know it's up 54%, 55% now. Low float, 20 million in the float. Yeah, if you had shorts for PEV, that would have been awesome. The one that got away. I mean, look, the stupid thing about this, guys, with the BHAT is that, okay, fine. They announced, I guess they announced the financing. I'm going to say here. This is a couple of days ago, and this is what it was before the financing announcement. Okay, so you want to say, okay, we're not going to do a financing. Okay, maybe jump back to where it came, but it's so far above it now. It's crazy. All right, guys, rain is tightening up in terms of the spread, 410, 413. Low float, 20 million in the float. All right, it's 11:45. I'm just going to confirm. I'm almost 100% sure that it'll be Steve in our YouTube room. So let me make sure. Okay, guys, just waiting for the confirmation that Steve will be in our YouTube room at about 14 minutes from now, I guess. Nice call, Zach, on the IoT in terms of the VWAP, okay? I wasn't really paying attention to it, but nice call. That got me out of it. Thank you. Ah, I haven't seen this one for a while. This is another cheapie, PAVM. Now, again, it looks to me like there's just too much resistance, not that far away for PAVM, but it is starting to move. We used to see this one a lot. Remember these days when it got up to almost $10 and then bam, all the way down. Ah, okay. Okay, so Steve is out of town actually, so I think it's going to be Chris Varley in the YouTube room. Okay. Okay, yeah. So it's going to be Chris Varley because Steve is out of town today. Continuing to watch the rain. Yeah, I'm sure it is. Yeah, thank you, Jamie. I'm sure it is, Chris. Now, I didn't realize Steve was out of town today. Okay, CDXC, CDXC. Again, I just look left, CDXC. It's had a great 4 day run now. Look at these things move. I mean, 150, 228, big percentage move, but I look left, I see 237. To me, that's just could easily block it. So consequently, I don't take the trade. Okay, I'm just gonna have to delete that post, Z, okay? Just, you can't put stuff, just in general. Stocks only. Stocks only here, okay? Have to resist the urge to, just put anything you want in the stocks only. Okay, Z, I don't know what you're doing. I'm trying, maybe you can't hear me. And guys, if you think I'm being heavy-handed about this, you have no idea. Well, it's not that I get inundated, but get emails. Why don't you control it better in the stocks only? Okay, so that's why I do it. So if I see something that's not stock related, I'm just going to delete the post. Don't take offense. I'm just going to delete it if I see it. Rain, guys, rain, 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 rain. By the way, thank you for that, Larry. Never heard of these guys before, but I'll trust you when you say they are serious. Guys, I'm telling you, the racing is awesome. You guys are probably tired of my saying this, but I mean, this is a huge, huge, huge change for me. Yeah, that's what it's really. Okay, look at. I want to see G Sun now again. G Sun. Wow. I mean, guys, I jokingly said a long time ago when G Sun popped up on the radar, and the spread was about $1. I said, well, you know, that spread of $1 won't matter if it hits 30. What did it hit? 29.64. Incredible. Problem is, we don't know that it's going to happen like that. I mean, the spread right now is $1, 24.25. You think I'm kidding? Look at it, 24.25. And again, if it got back up to 30, that spread doesn't matter. But we don't know that's what's going to happen. But this is a crazy little, you know, I don't know how many shares what if it says it here? 20 million. Okay, so they issued 4.4 million at $4. 4.4 million at $4. This was yesterday, guys. Stock hits $30 today. That's what can happen with these crazy, crazy IPOs, especially out of China. Yeah, I mean, as I say, all these things are, you know, they're not really like hold them all days generally. I mean, the bat you could have. Bat has been just awesome basically all day long, the one I didn't take. But, you know, a lot of these, you just have to be nimble. Look at the G Sun here now. What's the spread like now? Yeah, 24 or 125. I mean, it's just difficult to commit. All right, guys, 11:57. So I'm going to put my announcement in. I'm anticipating Chris will be here any moment now. So on a break, back around 1 p.m. ET. I'm just going to wait for Chris to show up. Well, William, if you go to our, if you go to my website, my homepage, there's a momentum scan there. Okay. It's called Momo. It's literally called Momo. So you can take a look at that. You can also go to our channel called Momentum. Okay. If you went to our channel called Momentum, new doc channel bar and Momentum. See the Momentum channel. Click on that. Click on that. And this is an alert window designed to capture momentum. Okay. And there's rain. Now you might say, well, wait a minute. Rain is not a new high. What happens is when you load any channel or any scan, it's going to show you the last one that happened. So that was a real-time alert, 11:53. Rain was at 4:39. Of course, it's 11:58 now. So I don't know if it's a favorite, but I mean, it is a momentum scan. Okay, does that answer your question, William? This is in our YouTube room. And I heard the little telltale pop. That means Chris is there. Give me a moment, Chris.
Indeed, I am.
Music. There you are.
Happy Thursday.
Happy Thursday to you. I'm just going to keep answering William here. Which ones do the room like that? There's no such thing like that, William. Okay. I mean, you just have to take a look at the scan and you can adjust it any way you want. There's no such thing as, well, the room, there's 100% of the people like this or 50% like that. Okay. There's no consensus like that. We've created that momentum scan in the channel. You can take a look at it and make adjustments. For instance, you may not like the price range as an example. So how would I answer that? Which one does the room like best? That price range is, I've adjusted it to, I think, one to $35. You may like it between 10 and 100. But the concept is that the volume in 1 minute is popping and the volume in 5 minutes is popping. That's the basic concept. After that, you can add, if you don't like the minimum volume, if you don't like the price range, you can adjust it. So, that's what I would do. But the concept is just that the volume in 1 minute is popping. Okay. You want to take over now, Chris? Sorry.
Yeah, I'm ready when you are. Let me throw a screen swap in there. Let's get that. Looks like the transfer's in, and you're off for your break, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Chris. We'll probably pop in about 5 minutes to 1 and chat with you. Okay.
Sounds good. I'll be here.
Okay.
All right, everybody. Happy Thursday. Don't know what everybody's got going on here. We've got some more sideways action in the market currently. We gapped up, we moved up, we gapped up, we moved down, moved up, we're moving back down again. So a lot of the same theme, all those kinds of normal things like that we see in bear markets. If anybody has any questions, of course, fire those away. Open platform here, so I don't have any pre-done content, and I've just got my races up. Those are running away. I took one trade today, closed it almost very shortly after I got in it, had the rug pulled on me, almost got stopped out on PEV. So that was really my excitement for the day, and I've been tasked with other things, and there hasn't been anything, hasn't really been much that's jumped at me since then, to be honest. So anyways, with that said, again, fire some questions for me, folks. I just want to set a timer here. So when Barry's coming back in, because I like to take my earphones off and I will not be able to hear him. There we go, all set up. So yeah, with that said, like I took that one shot in PEV. I took it really early actually, and I was watching a rising 15-minute 8 EMA, and as my stop, and it came down here, almost got me. It moved back up through here, and as soon as it got wobbly up here, I sold it, and it would have come right down. Would have got me stopped out had I not sold it, and it's been a fader ever since. So that's why you don't go chasing these things. You have a plan. I should have, in hindsight, I should have waited for a real 8:30 break. When I saw it struggling on that first 15-minute candle here at that level, I anticipated that there's a lot of volume, and I thought maybe with that float you'd be able to take that, and there's no overhead resistance, so there's no real target I'm looking at, to be honest. It's just going to be on my discretion to manage that trade to the upside. I jumped the gun, like I said. Should have waited for an 8:30 break. I took it just over $8 actually. And anyways, that's that. That's life in the trading lane. Anything bang the 50 scan today? I don't have any 50 scans, so I'm not sure. No 50 scan for me today. Just the 15-minute Bollinger Band scan that I have here. That's where I did see the PEV. I mean, obviously it was around yesterday, but I try to have a short memory of what things did yesterday other than, you know, looking at charts to confirm things. Sorry, just checking something here. Message had come in. Yeah, so that's what I got for everybody on that today as far as my one bit of action. SIDU early on had an okay move. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4 15-minute candles in a row before giving it up. But I just wasn't as interested in this, you know, when you've got this falling move like that. I mean, you can argue a wedge-ish kind of thing here, or a descending triangle, which odds are they resolve themselves like this, but I think you'd want to see more of a base here than what we've got going on. You know, you want to see a base coming down this way instead. So I just didn't like that setup. So I let that go by the wayside. Weber, same thing, just really wicky. Not my cup of tea. Especially, you know, we look left, you know, struggling through this level here. You know, where does it go from here? So just, again, wasn't my cup of tea. Cook had an okay move here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 15-minute bars moving up. You know, red bar ignore here in the middle on the fourth one actually. So playable move through Cook. LLAP, not so much. However, shorter time frame, you can say it's a descending triangle. I don't have any inkling to which way it resolves, but I would say that's going to play a big role in this whole thing. And more so, look at that, going way back, hitting the way back machine all the way into the spring there. So that's what I'd be looking at with that. I don't think that's got a whole lot for it. But you never know. The Mac is, I'm not sold anymore. You know, having to work in this AWS environment, it was an AWS environment that we had here. It's not a great environment. Things are very slow to react for me, generally speaking, in it. I was considering a Microsoft or Windows 365 move. We'll see. I've got another. They extended me because of some of the issues that I had with the Mac and the adapter they sold me off the bat under false pretenses that the adapter could handle my hardware. They extended my option to return by a couple of days, so I have to the middle of next week to decide if I want to keep this or not instead of the 14 days I originally had. The Mac itself I like, but the issue is just running, you know, TradeIdeas on it. You know, there's always like this little hang up that happens every day. And, you know, like right here, you can see as I'm trying to swap through charts, if I click a couple of charts in a row, it starts to get hung up on me. Of course, now that I'm demonstrating, it's not going to do it. So anyways, I'm happy with it and sad with it at the same time because I'd really prefer to move over to a Mac for personal reasons more so than anything. Anyways, but that's that. So I got to hem and haw it. Other than that, let's continue. Let's take a look. So CVM, that was popping through. Nice moves off of this here. Really nice move off of this here. Nice and clean chart through here. 1, 2, 3 up. We get this pause. We never take out the bottom of the previous 15-minute candle. And then we continue up till we get what I would call capitulation for this 15-minute chart anyways. You know, when you see spikes like that happen, that's generally your signal that the trade is done. And I think we can see that pretty clearly here. And if I was a betting man, I'd say this is going to end up being kind of a bear flag right here. That's just my 2 cents on the matter. I don't have any inside info on it. We can also see the volume came right out on us. Perhaps, you know, it bases here and makes another move up on the day. That's not the bet I would be making, though. You know, these are the things that, you know, these are things my eyes go to, my mind goes to right away on these charts here. Q-U-R-E, 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 Q-U-R-E. Like you can see here, this chart changed. This one's just hanging out here, not changing. There we go, finally. So these are the things that hold me up on wanting to keep this environment in this MAC. Well, first off, it looks like it was a Holly entry. Second, you know, gapped up above this resistance level here, which is nice. And, you know, fought a little bit around this resistance level there, it looks like, which I bet would coincide with this level here, and was able to pull off of that. So now you're getting a 3-bar pullback. You got an EMA catching up here. We'll see how it tags that. If I would say, look, nice and liquid, nice and liquid. If it can hold up above this level today, I think you start to take a shot back up towards 20. Not saying it gets there, but I think it's entirely possible. I would, as usual, I don't like to trade these hours. I would not consider anything until after the 2:30, 2:45 my time hour. But setting a price alert at levels of interest would be advisable, I would say. You know, whatever you decide, if that's, you know, taking out the high of the day or taking out the high of the, you know, the first opening down candle, because, you know, this candle opened here and then closed down. This opened down from the previous high. So, you know, that's one way that some traders I know like to look at it. And if it can take that out, and then does that lead for momentum coming back to the high of the day and on? So that's what I would look at with that. Never hurts to have Holly on your side. Let's see, entry price is 1778. So she made a good entry right here on this here. Somewhere in here, 1778. Yep, right there. So that's what I would point to with that. Well, it wasn't so much as going with AWS. We have an AWS account here that I could use. And so Michael kind of, you know, gave me the login information for it. The problem is it was used by someone else a long time ago for a bunch of stuff. And there's lingering effects from that in there, number one. And number two, I can't just go in and reconfigure it or wipe it because it's linked to other stuff with AWS servers that we're navigating to, and there's some sensitive stuff going on in there. So, so there's that. And so I considered a Microsoft or Windows 365 subscription, but I ran into all kinds of technical trouble with Windows yesterday or Microsoft, and nobody could resolve my anything, and they were kind of rude about it. So. I mean, you know, I'm at the mercy of Windows. There's not really anything I can do about it because I have to have Windows to run this. You know, I'm not going to run in the web environment. So anyways, I got the weekend to think about it, essentially. Anyways, that's my short and skinny with QURE. You know, again, if we see, you know, we can see the buyers and the sellers are fighting here at this level. You know, that 8 EMA on the 15-minute chart is also lining up with that original opening 15-minute range, and you know where we saw the last break that it made here as well. So I think, like I said, holding this level here is going to be a big deal on if it can make that push. You know, we're getting into the sleepy part of the day. Volume is going to decline in general for the most part at this time of the day. So we'll see how that shapes up, and if we hold this level and volume levels off, and then we can see that volume pick up as we held this level, definitely something to be watching for there, QURE, I would say. Yeah, I sent out a tweet, and I think I actually put XBI by accident in it and IBB instead of XBI. But did they bottom? XBI. XBI. There we go. They bottom. I mean, this one looks more, double bottom than the IBB does, and I relate them to this here. This starts to look better and better to me, this chart here on the K-Web. You got this symmetrical triangle that's going on right there. I'm a big fan of that. Those generally like to resolve this way. We start to really look at, these higher lows. And we start to really be able to challenge if we're going to be able to make these higher highs as well. So, like I said, we've only got those two higher highs. We've got to take this high out, right? And then we can see some runners in China, I believe. That's what that's where I'm currently at. China stock still looking at those. DDL, which I sold yesterday from back somewhere down in here from several days ago. It looked like it was a good sell when I sold up back here, and took that out, but not a big deal. And then today it has a nice move in it, up here, but it's giving it back up again. So, so far I still feel okay with that sale. I am looking at it to revisit a position in it. We'll see how today closes. We'll see what tomorrow shapes up to be, and might be take some China risk home over the weekend. Let's see what happens. The more a level gets touched, the more significant it is. So, looking at this level here, draw kind of a box here on this level. It busts through this. $7 is not out of the range for the stock at all. Would like to see some more volume, but we don't have it. But so, that's what I'm looking at hard still. Like I said, I got to move from here to here. Happy with that. Close it out, pay our taxes, and we'll see what the future holds on this. But China, for the most part, seems to be where it's at as far as I'm concerned. YMM, that was another one. I took a okay win on that one a few days ago. We discussed this a bunch. Actually had taken it, was it last Thursday, I think maybe. And I sold on Monday or Tuesday. So that's Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday. So I sold on this day here. And so still feeling good about that sale for now. But again, we look left and, we clear this range here. If we can clear that range there, it's not like $15 is unreasonable to look at, I guess maybe we had to stop here first, but those are not unreasonable levels to look at. And, I think now we start to see some pretty clear defined risk levels to the downside is what I would say. Looking at this kind of level down in here, and you draw a box to the pennies that you like to look at for it. But, holding up above this gap, starts to set up a good, there's my risk. Up here's my potential reward. That's a very nice risk to reward ratio that I'm looking at here. Again, I already took a position and sold it. So, I'll wait now to see, can we break this? If we can break this, I like the risk reward setup that's going on here. So, watching it closely. Mike C, what's happening? Sorry, just saw that salutation pop in there. So, all right, hopefully I'm giving you folks some good value here. And I know we're not talking about scanning or anything, but there's no scanning questions in. So, kind of taking it on myself to throw something of value out here. I think, for me anyways, one of the hardest parts was, okay, I found stocks moving in the direction I want. Now what? And I think that's where, a lot of people still need a lot of help. So hopefully I'm providing a little value with that right here for anybody that's watching, listening, and learning as far as this stuff goes. So, AVEO, what do you say? That's quite a move for a couple days here off that bottom. Pharmaceutical company, so gotta be careful. Got to be careful. Yeah, see, like now you can see I'm getting hung up again really bad. Like these races are just sitting still on me, and I just have to believe that's the AWS environment. Let's kill that race. So not fun stuff. And Stephanie had suggested to me, maybe I'm better off with getting a gaming laptop if I'm looking to be mobile instead of having a MacBook. And this way I'm still in a Windows environment. It's not that I have any love for Windows at all or Microsoft. I have no love for any of these tech companies. They're all necessary evils. It just happens to be there's, no other option for the software. So, okay, I guess we're hung up permanently for now. I'll just reset my connection 1,000 times. That's fun. Well, while it's just sitting there doing nothing and I'm paused, let's take a look at some sectors here. So you got some bounce in the home builders here. No relief bounce there. There's your XBI. Again, was that a double bottom? Are we ready to start moving up again? Possibly. Hey, lead stocks. Again, doesn't make any sense to me. IBB. All right, Mike, see, as long as you're on the green side of those day trades, that's all that matters, right? So again, the IBB, we got a double bottom happening here. Maybe. Still going to need the overall market on its side, I think, though. So we'll see what happens. Definitely worth noting that divergence there. So I use an Asus ROG laptop. All right, interesting. Thanks, Wolf. I appreciate that. Yeah, like I said, there's things about for personal stuff that I really love the Mac, so it would be kind of hard to give up, but it's a lot of money for just personal use like that. Gee, this is really kind of annoying. Well, to not lose all that data in these races, but apparently I'm not going to have an option on this. GGR, interesting, not really anything. Taipei supports 3 extra monitors. Very good to know. I can get away with 2 external monitors now with the laptop screen, actually. So like I said, I like this whole setup, but what's happening here right now, I mean, you can see, I'm guessing this is the AWS environment. It is what it is. Some things just aren't meant to be. All right, with that said, let's carry on with life. I was in a Spaces a few minutes ago, and they were talking about tan. I don't know. I don't know. Was that a double bottom in tan? I don't know about that. We'll see. Be a pretty deep symmetrical triangle there like that, I would say. So yeah, there we go. Look at my CPU usage. For whatever reason, it's through the roof. And it's not like, I mean, that's not exactly a lot of memory being used by either one of those. So anywho. Okay, perhaps I'm going to relaunch my layout and just lose everything. So bear with me here. All right, there we go. We're back up and running. We'll see what the results are now. Yeah, E-signal freezes just after the open. Interesting. My favorite, I don't really short much. Excuse me. I don't really do almost any shorting. I seem to have been able to pick my way through this bear market so far on the long side for day trading. So I don't have anything short wise to share with you. As far as long goes, just these races. That's all I'm looking at. You know, the ones I've shared them, you know, a ton of times. If you didn't get them in the other past times that I shared them, let me know. FCUV, a little thin, but TradeIdeas software saying volumes 2x normal, bumping horizontal resistance on daily. Let's take a look at it. FCUV. Yeah, that's pretty thin. I mean, if we drill down here, so if we look here on the volume bars, you know, that's where we are on the day today, and relative volume goes back. I was always told it was 10 days. Did some more digging. It's actually 30 days. So it's looking at, you know, all these really down days on volume are going to be involved in here, going back a little bit here. So, you know, that obviously is going to weigh higher on that, but that's where that's coming in from. So, but, well, the spread just opened up. The spread was pretty tough on it a minute ago. Spread was pretty good on it a minute ago, but just opened up to an 11-cent spread. So that's a, you know, spread you got to work. But yeah, you know, with the, you know, for me, thinly traded stocks like that and that overhead resistance, tough one for me, just not for me. Also, you can see the bet here is being placed on falling price. So for me, I'm looking for volume and resistance, no cross signals or anything like that. I share size based on what my risk tolerance is for that particular trade, where I'm sticking my stop. And and that's it. Sometimes it's, I'm getting something out of a race that's pulled back and I want to try to play it to the high of the day, then at least sell some of it at the high of the day, if not all of it. And some of them I'm just seeing if it's a continuation off the high of the day. There's no cookie cutter one for me. I don't want to see stuff. I don't like to enter stuff, let's just for example, the moving average was, let me find something better. Of course, I lost all my data, so I can't even show what I want to now. So, I work off of both 5 and 15-minute charts. I never know which one I'm going to be working off of exactly on that trade until I've made that decision. But on PEV, I was working off of both these charts. I was using this for guided stop. And this here, as far as entry goes. And so when this was catching up, I took my shot back here, and like I said, didn't end up working out, but it is what it is. So those are the things I'm looking at personally on the day trading. And then a lot of looking left, at support and resistance lines. Is it a happy accident that this is now finding support here on the downside where it was finding resistance yesterday on the upside? I don't think that's a coincidence. And I also think if it does end up breaking it, you better believe that this level is next on deck pretty quickly, followed by this level next. And I do think that if it can hold this sideways, perhaps we could ride it back up to this level. So those are the things that are going through my mind right now as I look at a chart. Sitting on the bid. All right. Yeah. I mean, that could be, if you get a bid if you get the bid, you get the low end of the bid, and then you're able to get a few cents move up and you still have a good high ask, and then you can sell at ask. That's definitely a strategy I see a lot of people do, Dave. So as long as you got your stop set, your risk management and task in hand, nothing wrong with that at all. What do you make of the 8 a.m. wick on the SPY and the Q? I don't make anything of them. I don't look at the pre-market. I'll pull it up. SPY. Show pre-market. Is this on any other platform? Because we tend to have some of these. Nope. Okay, so it's on IB too. So what do I make of that? Bad settlement print, late settlement print, or something like that. Just shenanigans essentially. Just really shenanigans. That's all there is to it. I don't have, unfortunately, a lot more to comment on it than that, other than some kind of shenanigans went on. I try not to be the conspiracy mind theory and stops being hunted. That's awfully interesting to look at that level right there. I mean, awfully interesting to look at that level. Take a look here. That's where the SPY opened this morning, or the SPY opened in the pre-market, and it just happened to come and run right down to that. I mean, how can you not think something of that? And again, coordinates with this level right back here on yesterday. So that's what I make of it. It was some kind of significant level, and I would suspect some big institution out there was able to run that down there for whatever reason that they had behind there. Remember, they get a 4D chessboard to see what's going on that we can't see. So I won't pretend to know. Got it. Thanks. The stock moves higher on momentum and news at the open. What do you watch for stock to pull back and hold? First off, if it moves on news, I won't know it because I don't look at the news, William. I don't look at it. I mean, if I'm super bored, I'll start, perusing through stocks that made a big move with news, but it'll weigh zero factor whatsoever in my trading whatsoever. I have not made a trade based on news in several years. It's always chart, price, and volume. That's all that's considered in my my trading. And all I'm going to continue to consider is, for day trading, I'm going to look at these two moving averages on two different time frames. I'm going to look left on all these time frames like this, for support and resistance. And I'm going to look at volume, what it looks like historically versus what it's doing now. That's it. Those are my keys. And every time before I get into any trade, before I make any decisions, before I decide anything, I have a stop in mind and I stick to it. And my stops are to keep me protected from a big loss. And, then I have a risk management plan to this side. That's the second part of it. That's it. No, there's no way to see that. The Market Explorer is a completely different server, different tech, different everything. Than the regular software. So it's, very limited in what it can do, unfortunately, in that sense. The best that I could give you, Blue Moon, would be to, anything you like out of the Market Explorer, set price alerts for them afterwards. So for example, STKL is on the strength alert scan right now, let's say I'm interested above the high of the day, right click, create price alert. That'd be my suggestion to work around with that. So I see QURE, Peter was asking about before, making a play here. And so now I don't trade during this market time. And will I miss this trade if it moves up? Yep, I will. You know what? But for every one of these that I end up missing during this market time, there's about 10 of them that never end up working during this market time. So the odds are in my favor to not take this trade at this time. All right. Now, if this was 230, 245, I might be preparing to take this trade. And if it was 230 or 245, I'm looking at this level right here as my stop. It gives me a little bit of breathing room. If I'm wrong, right down here is the next stop. And that's, very reasonable to believe that. That's a bigger loss than I want to take. If I'm right, possibly that 20 level is my next stop up. But there's one consideration moving down. It's my stop. That's it. That's the end. Moving up on this particular idea, I'd have two different risk management or two different trade managements moving up. If we got to this level and it starts to stall, depending on the position size I took, I'd cut at least half that position right there at that stall. And then I'd boost my stop to break even so that I at least took half that money home. That's what I would do there. So, for William or anybody else that's, has questions on actual entries and trade managements, that's what I'd be looking at. But for now, this is not my time. I'm not going to take it. But like I said, we set a price alert. Is it doing that? Or is it doing that? Time will tell. Looking at a 5-minute chart, it looks, we got these topping shadows, topping shadow, topping shadow, topping shadow. And even though they're small, they're still significant to me. So that's that. Get rid of some stuff here. So SPY continues to fade. It's gone negative now. It's, William, it's not an easy thing to do. That's all there is to it. You got to figure, you got to see what works for you. And that's why practicing in the sim, and I get it. Nobody wants to hear you have to practice, and the practice, if you're successful, leads to making no money. But the practice also leads to, if you're not successful, not losing money. And that's why practicing in the sim and saying, all right, I'm going to take my next 40 practice trades based on this entry signal that I've just created for myself, or I just set up for myself, or I just thought of for myself. And that's it, and then take every one of those, take every one of those 40 trades, have journaled them, and start to put out reasons after the trade, what worked about it, what didn't work, why did it work, why did it not work, what did I see looking left, what was the volume like, what was, if you're using a moving average to see if it can continue to push the price higher, what was that moving average, how often did it work, how often did it fail? These are the things that I did in my own trading journal, for over a year, all handwritten stuff that I did. And it eventually led me to see all my sins in trading. My sins to this day are still the same. I jump on trades too early sometimes, and I don't cut winners when it looks like they're stalling out soon enough. And those are my two biggest sins when it comes to my trading. I have a lot of trouble managing things to the upside. My one saving grace is managing my stops well. Just kind of is what it is. Raj, same races I run every day. Nothing's different. The exact same races I run every single day. No changes, no adjustments, anything like that. Some stuff that I wanted to show off here I forgot to mention. So we can see here in the races, what the stock is up for on the day. Here's, dollar wise, here's percent wise. And then the filter that you're racing on, what the movement is on that filter for the time period right now. So, like it's a 5-minute change, for example, 5-minute change right here with Airy. That's what it's up over the past 5 minutes. So that moved over there, just more data, some people like it, some people won't. No, William, there's no TI education on entries. Sorry. It goes to we're not allowed to teach trading. That's essentially teaching trading. We can instruct on the software. We can discuss things. We can't instruct about trading. It violates our agreement with the exchanges. We'd have to be licensed differently, and then we fall under different regulation. We're supposed to be content providers, and that would not be providing content. So I can talk about the things that I would personally do, but I can't say this is how it's done. I can't do things like, we can't do things like that. And the NYSE is very quick to fine us. So it's not something we try to play around with or anything like that. Interesting. Another symmetrical triangle look here. Solar. The ADX scan, it's just looking for stocks that are trending, specifically in an uptrend. And that's really it. And then trying to capture a very short piece of that move for just a couple of minutes. My hope is that in a trending market, I'll be able to apply it to some automation, but this is not the market. ADX is a measurement of trend. It doesn't measure the direction of the trend. So ADX just says when ADX is rising, it just says there is a trend intact. It doesn't say if it's an uptrend or a downtrend, just that the trend exists. When ADX is declining or flat, it's saying that either the trend is non-existent or it's really choppy and non-existent. But that's all ADX does. And then there's a directional indicator in there afterwards that says, okay, so those two work together. So directional indicator says we're looking at stocks that are trending up. And ADX says we want to see it's a strong trend up. And that's all it's really doing. Yeah, it's not a top list. It's an alert window, but I'll share it. Load from cloud. ADX. Copy. And, you know, I just always want to be really clear about automation, how I feel about automation. It is not press play and walk away. I would never automate like that. Ever, 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 ever. Never in my entire life would I ever press play and leave my desk for more than 10 minutes. My two thoughts behind automation are trend capturing scans with some tight risk parameters around them that I monitor. All right. And then also the same kind of concept, but with a symbols list on a very simple scan, again, with some tight risk parameters around it that I still continue to monitor. I'm hopeful that I'll be able to implement some of these when we get back to a trending bull market to add to what I do regularly for my own discretionary trading. I'm not looking for these scans to make $1,000 a week or $300 a day. If these scans added, you know, a few $100s a month to my underlying, I'd be more than happy with that. You know, just a little bonus to everything there. That you know, realistic. I try to be realistic about these things. Anyways, but this is what the scan's actually looking for here. I can click the right stuff. So, you know, the stocks are between these prices here. So I did just a touch of optimizing on this, but it's hard because, you know, back testing and forward testing isn't great on this right now because the market is anything but trending. All right. But so you have the ADX indicator, I have it at a 40, daily RSI at 50, directional indicators at a positive 7, and we got to be 1% above the 50 and 20. So you can see everything on this is about a trend. Every single thing in here is about a trend. The trend is up on a 50. The trend is up on a 20. The trend is up on the RSI. The trend is up on the directional indicator. And then I want to see a strong trend using the ADX. And that's it. You know, the more simple you keep things, I think the better off you are. Yes, does there have to be some layer of testing and complication to it? Yes, of course. But that's, you know, that's what we're doing here. And then, you know, the back testing parameters that I settled upon, I don't know why I took a 930 entry on it. That's very uncharacteristic of me, but I must have settled on that. I haven't messed with it much, but it's a 15-minute hold time or a 6% target or a 3% stop loss. Those are the three things that get me out of the trade. You know, and there's the back testing time frame on it. Yes, I wish we back tested much longer than 63 days, but unfortunately, it is what it is. I'm just curious, simulate buy. This is what it'll look like. Now, when I first did this over a month ago, it looked a lot nicer. But the markets continued to deteriorate over the last month, and so it doesn't look so nice. And, you know, these are the lines. This is with just a regular commission. This is a commission plus some slippage. And this is no commission, no slippage. And so the truth always lies somewhere in the middle. Probably realistically, we're looking at this right now. All right. And we look at these daily looks here. All right. And again, if we could eliminate those big drawdown days like that and keep it more up here, this is a lot more appealing. But again, this is not the market for the scan. Simply put, this scan does not work in a downtrending market. It is built for exactly the opposite market. So it is what it is. Now I am curious. It just seems very uncharacteristic of me to have put a 930 start on a scan, because I do not believe in trading the open. I'm just curious what happens when I go to 935. And I'm wondering if I didn't save this after some of the optimizing that I did on the start time. So it really didn't do much of anything to this here, to be honest. Interesting. Interesting, interesting, interesting. And, to show what curve fitting can do here, we can simply just change some of these things around and make the scan look better. That doesn't mean it's going to perform better in the future. So now all of a sudden, if I enabled a smaller stop loss, what happens? Let's see, actually, looks overall worse. Worse and better. Biggest losing day is smaller, less losing days in a row. Profit factor is not as good though, and the win percentage isn't as good. So, we could curve fit this thing, and it gives us no benefit, of course. Time of day. Just so strange. Strange that I would put a 9:30 start. I just think that's really not normal for me. I feel like it should be a 9:55 start. Curious. Again, I'm just kind of now I'm just playing around. So if you guys have questions, let me know. Let's see how much better that's going to look now. Well, we put a 1% stop still. Just kind of a stop. Interesting. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Back to 3. So that's the best of the looks on them. I'm guessing that I did not save it the last time I made the time adjustments on it, on optimizing. What we can see here really didn't affect the equity curve. No, that's not true. Affected the equity curve here with commissions and slippage as well as here. Didn't affect it too much here. But we did get a much nicer profit factor. Not much more on the win percentage though. But we can see here the average loser is now 17 cents versus 19 cents. So anyways, the rabbit holes that we can go down as far as optimizing. And if nothing else, I do consider optimizing to be kind of an adult video game. But you want to be careful. Like I said, you don't want to waste time optimizing and curve fitting. You can make any scan look great. That's terrible by simply fitting it to the past data. The real stuff comes in the forward testing. So anyways, that's that. Also worth noting, went from 10 win days in a row, from 5 win days in a row to 10 win days in a row. And that there. So again, it becomes these big daily drawdowns. Getting rid of those big daily drawdowns. Where it's at. We could look, and optimizing here and price. We can see, price looks pretty much optimized, I would say. Other filters, we can mess around and take a look at, for example, I don't know. Let's find something here to look at. Distance from VWAP 5. Let's go with that. Let's give it a 0.5% interval. See how that would affect this scan. All right, and so we can see here. you know, the amount of trades where it sat on the distance from VWAP 5 and, you know, the win percent totals and all that stuff like that. So interesting stuff. And, you know, very mixed bag of data. So there's not, you know, when you have a mixed bag of data like this, how do you optimize it? Where do you cut the fat from, you know? You know, I guess, do we cut it here on anything that's minus 11.5 or minus 11 from the VWAP 5, not trade that? So anyways, interesting and worth noting. And, you know, for anybody that's curious on the optimization process, how it works, this is, you know, where you head to. You know, you start to hit these filters, but try not to overdo it. You know, perhaps, you know, an S&P change filter might be something worth watching, or a NASDAQ filter might be something worth watching. You know, S&P change today, how does that affect it? You know, we could break this down into, let's say, 0.5. We can see, look, these 4 trades, I cut those 4 trades out, you know, so let's go and make a, you know, set the max value to this. All right. Now let's run the back test again. And by cutting out those 4 losing trades, see what happens. Oh, okay. Or we won't, because it'll just get hung up here. Curious, that seems to have really affected the profit factor of this one here. Of course, we can't seem to finish the back test, so there's that.
Get a PC.
Probably what's going to happen, Barry.
Oh man, I can't believe the struggles you're going through just because you got a Mac.
Yeah, I look, everything else about this Mac I love, and if we had a Mac app, there wouldn't even be any question about it. But the AWS server that, you know, they created for you or whatever it was, I don't know what's up with it, but I freeze constantly. And Windows 365, their support is less than adequate. And I just, you know, got to have a stop loss, right? And everything in life.
Yeah. Well, can you give it back? Are you
Yes, I can.
Under the 30 days if you want?
Yeah. I'm actually, it's a 14 days, but because I have a unique situation with the part they sold me that actually does not work for the Mac at all, one of the adapters that they sold me, they granted me a longer grace period to give it a try. So I've got a couple of days I can return it. I spoke to a manager today. They said, just, you know, bring it in, and that's that.
And so, what about parallels or something like that? Is it not what you want?
The idea was to unload TradeIdeas and TWS off of the Mac with a virtual machine like that. So parallels will run on the Mac itself. And I mean, I just rather, you know, the idea of doing it the way I did was to not put any more workload on the Mac itself and do all the streaming and the other videos that I'm doing. So I could, but again, then it's like, all right, well, I buy parallels and then this happens, you know, that's my fear.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, yeah, I'm blissfully a PC user for life, so I've never run into any of these issues. Never will. But I get it. Some of you guys just, you know, got to have a Mac, and that's all there is to it. But
yeah,
I you know, knowing what I knew, or I mean, obviously you thought it was just going to work seamlessly, flawlessly. Otherwise, you would not be doing this.
Exactly. Exactly. I knew there'd be some learning curve to it, but I thought, once Michael was like, "Oh no, there's a free AWS account, just use that," and 1, 2, 3, this is going to be real easy for you. I thought, all right, this will work out good, and this is exactly what I want to do. But nope, not the case.
Okay. All right. Well, I was listening to you back testing and all that sort of stuff, and your ADX trend, etc. All the things I never do, but always interesting to listen to.
Oh, thank you. Hopefully, provided something for someone out there other than entertainment.
All right. I've just taken over the stream, so if you want to leave,
Perfecto.
you can, and I'll see
Alrighty.
you about 3:30.
Exactamundo. Thanks, Barry. I'll see you then. Have a
Okay,
good couple
Chris.
hours. Take care.
Okay, thanks. Bye-bye. Okay, guys, I am now back in both rooms. Let me just get my music going, and then we can start the afternoon session and see what the races are going to bring. Okay, so let's take a look. Yeah, BAT is still insanely strong, isn't it? BHAT, insanely strong. I cannot believe I just I jokingly said maybe I just should forget about looking left when it comes to these racers because so far I looked at that NCTY. I didn't take it because I thought that the resistance was too close. I mean, this just exploded from what 143 all the way up to almost 2. Understand these are and almost straight lining it. I mean, these are tremendous percentage increases. And with the volume that they trade, is no problem getting in and out. These are not low float, these are not illiquid situations. And meanwhile, man, the market 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we're almost 2 hours straight down from 11:15. That's a one big wow. Yeah, take care, Hal. Have a great time in Florida. So right now, I'd be definitely, I should have held on to the IoT, obviously. So if we get any more from Zach's topping scan, I mean, I'm sure, excuse me, they probably should work pretty well as long as the market keeps doing this. Problem I got with the pets is it's so cheap, but it is shortable, PETZ, but it is a little guy and it's now leading the race. Any news on pets? Just don't see any. Kind of got my eye on the ONCT guys. It showed up in the race. ONCT, just another cheap one. Oh, let's see what the float is. 43 million, so not crazy low. Why? Because it's over this 120 mark, and so it's got room, a little bit of room to the 140 mark. I mean, it's got a lot of resistance, in my opinion, at 150. But I thought maybe you could carve out 10 or 15 cents with a 5-cent stop or something, just to, something to do. But right now, it's just sort of drifting down a little. Yeah, rain, I have to admit, disappointed me. Now, I don't know if it's just being dragged down because of the market, but I was a little excited when it regained 4 and started to move. But I don't know if it's just the market. It shouldn't really be that affected by the market. I mean, it's still up 27%, but could be interesting going forward though, with that $17 price target put on it. Yeah, I haven't looked at GME for a long time. I accidentally typed it in here, but I haven't looked at GME for a long time. So it is what at still crazy strong in my opinion, based on what the rest of the market did over the last 2 months. Just crazy strong. All right. Well, pets, I'm sort of eyeballing. Wow, not yet, not a short yet. Boy, that just popped up 270. Boy, this is super strong. This pets PETZ low, another crazy low floater. China stock, crazy low float. Well, shorting oil, so I'm just looking at oil prices right now. So, whoops, where are you? There you are. Whoops. So let's see. WTI down a couple of dollars, and Brent still over 100. They're both still over 100. I think obviously when if and when these crack 100, that will really tell the tale. What is the better version to download, Ranger Dan? Are you talking about the web-based version versus the downloadable application? The app is way better than the web-based version. I shouldn't say way better. It's better. If that's what you're talking about. If you're talking about from our homepage and going, should you download the beta? Absolutely. So I'm not sure what you mean when and I'm answering somebody in our YouTube room. Oh, definitely 89. Well, I mean, it's newer, it has more features, so, and it appears to be bug free. So I would definitely download 89. I always have the latest version always running, and I have rarely had a problem. I'm always on what's called, even though 0.89, I was always say on the development version of 0.89, and there's been really no problem. I did notice yesterday I got hung up. I had to reload, but other than that, and that has rarely happened. But that's in the development version. Anyway, bottom line is, yeah, 0.89, do it. I'm just so, this bat is just unbelievable. So okay, so rain. Yeah, I don't know about this rain. That's a big drop. I mean, it was following the market, which I'm really surprised. A little guy like this shouldn't really mirror the market as much, in my opinion. Well, son of a gun. Pets is not shortable now for me. It was shortable just a minute ago. I guess they just got all snapped up at Interactive Brokers. I'm talking about the PETZ. I was just trying to short, and I mean, look at these two topping tails on the 5 minute chart, but the shorts just dried up. Yes, they quote unquote are, Zach. You're absolutely right. All these low float China names. You know, it's so funny. I can't, well, funny, but I never was reading this as oil D. Never dawned on me that this had anything to do with oil. I was looking at the Bank of Montreal. I was trying to, is it open interest, low debt? Like I was trying to figure out what could this be, what could this stand for? I never, ever, ever thought of it being some kind of a hedge against oil. Boy, I mean, good thing I didn't. Good thing they didn't film me. Or should I say it in another way? It's a good thing there were no shorts available for me for pets. I was trying to get it at the 260 level, 263, I think. Well, I'll look left, but maybe it just won't even matter. 281 is the next high looking left, and then after that, 370. I mean, this is insane. This is just, you're right. This is like BHAT now. At least you could say, or a person could say, BHAT had some news. Whether you think the news, of course, it didn't warrant the fact that it did what it did, but it did have some news. Now the news is just, as you say, chase any low float China stock. Now, I'm surprised there hasn't been some short covering, you know, as this thing went up at Interactive Brokers. People saying, "Oh, okay, I guess I'm wrong." Okay, how about this one? Here's another low. Well, actually, this is not a low float. This is not a low float China stock. It is a China stock, but it is certainly not low float. FAMI, FAMI, half a billion in the float. Yeah, it's too bad. When I saw this, I thought, okay, here's another one that's going to start to rock, FAMI, but it's not a low float. Okay, give me one moment, please. Okay, CDZI is now starting to show up. And what does it have? It's not a low float China stock, but another low float situation. And looking at the weekly chart, the next high is 285. Has some room, I guess. Having a nice couple of days. That weekly candle, remember, it says 2 days. 3 days now, that's right, 3 days. I forgot to, I know Rio was mentioning Smith & Wesson earlier in the day, SWB. Wow, no kidding. Look at this, 13. There's about $1 move, SWBI. Boy, if I had shorts now for pets, this is really interesting. Look at the two topping tails now on the 15-minute chart. What is Weber doing now? It looks like it's regained 10. So it is trying to have a little pop again, guys. I mean, it got down to about the 960s, 950s, and now it is starting to come back. Again, this was a meme stock yesterday. It probably could still be, but it is over 10 now. And the high of the day was 1062. And it's kind of moving with the market, though it should not matter. These are the sort of stocks that really shouldn't matter what the overall market's doing. And that is WEBR. So let's see how well it holds over 10. I'm going to stick an alert around 1008 and see how well it holds over 10. Well, I'm glad. Well, I guess again, I guess I got to be happy I did not have shorts available for FETs. Wow. Well, I mean, 370, is that right? 370 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. Yeah, somebody else must have deleted it. JD, I didn't. I'm not even sure what the conversation was about. Okay, I'm definitely watching pets to see how well this holds 10. And see, because again, the next high looking left is way up here at 370. So, I mean, in theory, it still has some room. If it wants to run, just rest a bit and then move. And I'm talking PETZ. Well, there it goes. Somewhat. So again, why can this happen? All about the spread, all about the float, guys, all about the float. Wow. Well, I mean, if you took this one, just be aware of that 370. Maybe that's going to stall it. I don't know. Well, maybe people are bailing out a bat and putting into pets. Somebody was mentioning the double X double I had a big day yesterday. You know what? I mean, it is doing well again today. Yeah, double X double I, helped by that Altria news from yesterday. High today yesterday was 233. Boy, what a solid straight down for EDU on the 15-minute chart. Basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, almost 3 hours straight down on a 15-minute chart. And look at pets, holy. So instead of stupid IB, I'm going to have to say thank you IB for not allowing me to short pets. No, there are no shorts available now. I was going to short it at 160, I think, and then I looked and there were none left anymore. Well, yeah, but at what point, I could have tried it at 160. I could have tried it just under 2 or under 3. Yeah, you're right. At some point, is this going to be an awesome short? Yeah. But you first. Okay, let's take a look at Duo. Yeah, another low float, 2.9 million in the float. Oh, I see. Okay, 355. Okay, well, you may hit it. So if it doesn't hit 355, you're not taking it. Is that what you mean? Or you'll start adjusting downwards? All right, guys, I'm just can see anything new coming in. All right, well, good luck as always. I think you're set now with the pets. I don't think it's going higher. Well, it may go higher later, but not now. I don't know when you're going to start covering. Ooh, okay, guys, I'm just biding my time right now. Looking to see if anything new is coming in here. A lot of these ones at the top here have faded. The NCTY, of course, the BAT has faded, the PETS has faded. HCAT, this looks like, oh, it's faded too. This is one I was watching earlier, this TBLT. Yeah, you know what? It still hasn't triggered yet. The trigger is 165 TBLT. You can kind of see what could happen. This did a horrendous reverse split. One for 150. One for 150. Are you kidding me? Is that right? That means this was a 1 cent stock. Unbelievable. Yeah, oops. Okay, guys, so here's Weber, WEBR. What's the float on this one again? So that's 17 million in the float, so certainly a low float situation. Not China, but low float. Okay, guys, I'm just kind of watching this Weber, WEBR. See how well it holds 10. Trend is up. Okay, OST is on the move here. OST, another little one, another low float situation, 6.9. I don't know where they're out of. They are China, guys. So this is another China. There you go. Zach, another little China stock, low float. So that is OST, low float China, low float China. How much can this go? Low float China again with the OST. Come on. Come on. Whoa, wow, look at pets, guys. I'm assuming you're out of it. You got to be out of it. Pets, PETZ. That just popped right back up. Wow, it's strong, strong, strong. Another one that's crazy strong, and that's from the AI. I know, Jamie, you mentioned it. Yeah, QURE, another high of the day. Great alert from the AI today, up 8.5%. I'm just looking at its OST. Come on, pets, drag it along with you. Only made a little bit on the OST. Got greedy, got very, very greedy. But I'm going to stick an alert, have my alert set up here. Got the 245. I was waiting to see if it get back into that into the 240s. So only made a little bit on that. All right, what's next? How about Bivy? Where are you out of? BIVI. Ooh, this is ugly looking 2-minute chart. All these dots all over the place. So I'm going to forget about that one. MKD, MKD. Okay. Okay. Well, you're right. Low float China under $1. So that's why I don't see them. But hey, 100 million in the float. My goodness. Sub $1 stock, 100 million in the float, up 55%. Staggering. I wonder if that floats right. That is a massive move for 100 million in the float. Okay, what was the other one now? SNTG? It's under $1 also? Yep, and it halted. Halted. Is this out of China? I don't see the China flag here, but Shanghai, yeah, okay. Very disappointed in the OST. Well, what's the next high looking left for this? 2072 on the monthly chart. Is that the same? 2038 on the weekly chart for QURE. Boy, this is shortable too, but boy, this has been strong. QUR, oh, shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, about 400,000 shares. All right, guys, give me a moment. We'll be right back. All right, and oh, I think this is another China stock, isn't it? BQ? Yeah, there's another one. I don't know if you mentioned this one, Zach, BQ. I don't see it mentioned. There's another China stock, BQ, low float, 10 million, halted. And there's TIRX. You guys are mentioning that one, and this is showing up right up here. Yeah. Wow. I mean, this is going to get halted. What sort of room does it have? I think we can almost kind of throw the look left out a little bit today on these China stocks. Almost. Yeah, yeah, a lot of 284,000 available. SNTG just opened. Wow, look at BQ. I mean, look at the room it's got. My goodness. Probably did reverse splits or something. I mean, I have no idea what. This is a pet store too, so like pets, PETZ, the other one. So this is also something to do with pets in China. Hmm. Wow. Yeah, look at this volume. I mean, look, it's traded 2 million. It's the TIRX that is traded 2 million up until this point, which was the previous 15-minute candle, which did about 1.5 million. It did 1.8 million. So, and then this one is done. Basically, all the volume is here. I mean, it's traded 2.3. You total these two, it's almost that. So it really did nothing until all of a sudden traders get a hold of the next low float China stock. But looking left helped me in this case. Shoot, there were shorts available for OST at Interactive Brokers. I didn't really think to look at it. Well, I mean, this BIVI, I don't like the way it looks on this 2-minute chart, all this sort of little gappy things, but it's got room. I guess it's got room. 239. 239, that's the next high looking left, 239 for BIVI. Not China, but it is low float. Okay, what did BQ do? So BQ, so what did it get halted at? This is the only time I ever play an IP or a halt. Maybe if it takes out the halt price, 226. If it gets back over there, it starts to run. Might take a little just to see what happens, just because of all the room it's got. 290, I think, is the next high. Now, I'm not telling others to do the same thing. And here's an issue with it. 215, 225 on the bid ask. That is crazy, 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 crazy with a $2 stock to have that sort of a spread. It's almost like they don't want us to trade you. Yeah, I'd be very wary of the BQ because the spread, 205, 215, this is what I'm talking about. 205, 215 right now. It can tighten a bit, but I mean, when you start seeing stuff like that on a $2 stock, that's ridiculously wide. Now, one of the reasons, of course, is that hardly any volume. I didn't even realize that. There's hardly any volume. 105,000, that's it. Okay, TIRX, you're right, just making another new high here. Huh. Look at the volume coming in. All the volume is just in the last 15 minutes or 30 minutes, really. 4 million shares, but most of the volume is, well, in fact, this is the biggest volume bar now of the day. Boy, look at these topping tails. Look at these big two topping tails. Look at the three of them on the 15. Yeah, well, I see 163,000, yeah, at Interactive Brokers for TIRX. Be a quick look here at another site to just check to see what they have for a float. Well, I don't know. I mean, FinViz has got 5 million. I don't know. Well, I'd be very wary about these topping tails, Todd. There's no question, I mean, but it's still, buyers still, I mean, that is not red on our end. It's still green. For TIRX, it is still green. So, a red, well, blue, which is positive. Calvin, I think you've been asking that question for a while, haven't you? Free cash flow. I don't mean in this room. Haven't you asked that of the guys? Maybe I'm wrong. Well, as you know, if the data points aren't there, then you can't create it. So I don't know what data points you could use to create free cash flow. Oh, I see. Well, what does Google tell you? How's that? What is the definition of free cash flow? And then check to see if we have data points for it. And if we do, then you can create it. Oh, excuse me. Sorry about that. Well, again, if we look at, just give me a moment. So these are typically down here will be our financial. Okay, so here are our financial, the dividend, earnings date, PEG revenue, price to earnings revenue, quarterly, etc. And so if you don't see that here, if you don't see any way to combine these, you start right down here, held by, so cash, I don't know, is that it? Hey, cash, maybe not, but you see what I'm saying? These are the data points that we have for fundamentals. So if you can combine any one of them to give you what you want to call free cash flow, great. If you don't see it here, then you can't do it. Well, then again, you just have to go to so on this page, on that page, this is again scroll to the bottom, and so down here, these are the data point, these are the fundamental data points that we've got. So if you can find, some way to combine them to give you what's called free cash flow, then you can do it. Otherwise, you can't do it. Yeah, sorry. As Stephanie would say, sorry, I don't have a better answer for you. But that's just the way it is. All right, next is this. Is this shortable for me? Yes, AMLX. So I know you guys know this. So this is just showing up on Zach scan. When I say you guys, Zach and William and probably Real, this is showing up on Zach scan here, AMLX, as a potential top and a potential short. And there are shorts available at Interactive Brokers, 300,000 of them. So that is not an issue. Wow, 158. It is it's Thursday, isn't it? Yes, it is. So I'm in a marketing meeting, guys. I forgot about it. Okay, so let me just put the announcement in. Okay, so I'm going to mute myself now in both rooms. All right, guys, I'm back. We're a short meeting. So many people on holidays right now. All right, what is happening? Weber, WEBR, mentioned it just on a 10 break, 10-10 break or so, starting to move up smartly. At the high of 1060 today, earlier, before it just absolutely got thumped down. Was looking to short this AMLX, but it is still pretty strong. AMLX. This is from ZachScan. No, I did see it. I did see the news, but or I did see what he posted anyway. But yeah, well, maybe the news is too good. Well, guys, oh, okay, here's a new one. I think MDJH. Is this a China stock? You bet. Guess what? Another China stock. Might be getting a little tired of these though now. But it is another China stock, another low float situation. Not shortable for me, Interactive Brokers, but another one that is just popping in here. Look at the volume, 365,000 shares on this 15-minute candle. Look at the total volume of the day. So this is what's happening, as Zach was pointing out. I mean, traders around the world are just trying to find these low float China junks and pop them for a while, then they bail. Hmm. Yeah, I just can't get too, the well may have run dry in these now. But look at the market. Market's putting in a nice little recovery here. We are actually now, the NAS is now positive. Dow still down a bit. SPY is mildly positive. Yeah, I think I know that acronym. Okay, guys, try to keep it polite. I saw, okay, real. All right, CYT, not another low float, not China though, not China. They don't all have to be China. Well, this is a situation with this QURE, kind of like the AMLX. I mean, when you get great, I guess obviously it's good news. When it's a good news and it's a relatively expensive bio, boy, these things can just rip all day. I keep looking at this AMLX, so it looks like it's trying to stall right here. Well, yeah, you're right there. The Artis is just, what is it doing and why? So Radius is going private in an $890 million deal? Was that the first time? So that was this morning to be acquired. Didn't see it. So that's the reason for this flatlining. Okay. But now, for whatever reason, it is starting to move a bit. It looks a little more parabolic when you expand this. It's really only about 20 or 30 cents. But of course, the lawyers are coming out and questioning the deal. Yeah, you're right, Cam. I was looking at that XXXI and thinking maybe I should take it, but you're right. It's right near that 200-day moving average, 242. Well, I'm glad I didn't short AMLX. It is just on that news. It's just too strong right now. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. Yeah, Weber is awesome. WEBR, awesome. There's the high of the day right up there, 1062. Well, I was wrong. I thought this would be over. The MDJH, I thought this probably was going to be over. Got back, right back down to $2 and then just soared up almost to 3. Crazy. Wow. Just crazy. Well, maybe there is hope for OST. Maybe. So Tracy, I will give this to you. Okay. So the question in our YouTube room is the biggest gainers from the open race available for download. Yes, I'll give you mine, but I'm also going to show you where you can find it in the channel. Just one moment, please. Whew, I got some allergy going today, guys. I've been sneezing. Anyway, so let me just find it for you. Biggest gainers from the open, right there. Share. Okay, so here it is. And this is what it's based on. If you go to our toolbar, click on New, and then click on Docked Channel Bar, and then click on Explosive Winners. And this is what it is based on. The biggest gainers from the open. Now I took this and I modified it a little bit, just a little bit. I upped the minimum shares required to 200,000 from 20,000. Okay, that's probably all I did. But this is the basis of it, okay? So, and if you're not familiar with the races at all, then I would suggest that you go to our user guide, because I am now almost going to be exclusively using the races as my way of finding ideas all day long. So if you click on my homepage, and this is what you're going to see. Expand it just a little bit. So this is what you're going to see. Education section. So you click on the education section. Click on the user guide. And then scroll a little bit down till you see TI stock race. Okay. And that'll give you the basis behind what it's all about. There's a couple of videos, there's some text. It explains what the idea behind it is. Okay. And the way I describe it, I like to describe it to myself anyway. It's kind of combining the best of both worlds of a top list and an alert window, and creating it so that you can just have to focus on one thing rather than having different alert windows and different top lists. And well, I don't, so Calvin, I don't know what you're using as far as your specs are, but it has not slowed down my computer. Now, I will say this. Meanwhile, guys, Weber, WEBR, Weber. How many races do you have up and running, Calvin? That is one thing. Meanwhile, MDJ, I don't even know what to say. I didn't take it. I talked myself out of it. The MDJH, JH. Holy smokes, guys. I mean, how good was that Weber on that 10, just over 10 break, 10-10, 10-15? Was talking about that to see how well it worked over that or how well it held. I don't even know what my specs are anymore. It's a gaming computer, but it is 4 years old. But I think when they, I got 32 gigs. It's an i7 8700. I mean, whatever, that's an Intel, obviously, but it is 32 gigs of RAM. That was the only overkill, probably. But it is 4.5 years old. It has not slowed down my computer at all. Nothing. What does happen here is that at the beginning of the day, this gets a little jumbled, and they're working on it. It doesn't bother me that much because let's face it. I mean, I'll take a little jumbling to give me some awesome looks. It shouldn't matter, but even Pepe here, though, yeah, it shouldn't matter at all. The heavy lifting is done. But as you know, if you've got a lot of top list windows open and you've got a lot of and your count in the lists, are approaching 1,000, your system TI will bog down. Your computer won't, but TI will. Wow. I mean, this is almost a dollar move now, Weber. Almost. Look at the volume that came in. And here I was just about going to sleep. And AMLX as in xylophone, not S, at 20 now. Halfway between its high and low. So halfway between the lifetime range. But I'm 100% serious. The only other scan that I'll probably keep this because this gives me the new highs and new lows in audible fashion, but most of them are here anyway. Okay, most of these are here, and I'll keep Zach scan, and that might be it. I mean, that might be it. I've gotten rid of the gap reversals. I don't have a momentum scan anymore. Um, I still have, I guess, my 10-day daily breakdown. Anything's happened there today, but it gets so few alerts from that anyway. Well, AMLX now over 20, just in rippage mode here. I don't know where the next high in the monthly is way up here at 33. On the weekly, it is 25.68. So, I mean, look, in theory, this still has room to run. I mean, looks horribly extended, but it's just doing it. Just give me another moment, please. You know, it's been a spready little thing, this AMLX. Spread has not been great, but it hasn't really mattered. It has just kept ramping up and up and up and up and up. Did you hammer down the Weber? I see it showed up on your scan at 1111. So you're still long, okay? Yeah, I may revamp this whole thing with my watch list. I may actually turn it into a race. Just have the top list and turn it into a race on my homepage, and that's it. And a lot of the things that I see here are in here anyway. But on the right-hand side, for instance, this can make a wonderful watch list for the day. These are the top 10 racers. So just to give you an idea as that gets rid of. So for instance, BHAT won the race 17 times today. 17 times today. You know, Pets won it 7 times today. So I just even you just follow these all day long. A very, very concise watch list to follow. I'm running my race every 4 minutes. I mean, that's just I don't even know why I picked 4 minutes. I knew I wanted more than two, and I wanted less than five. So I guess I had a choice of three and four, three or four. So, but I no back testing. The concept of the race is this: it's all based on a top list. Okay, so you can create your own top list, and then you can run a race on it. So you can have your own top list, and you run the race based on the column headers that you have. So you can run a race on, say, the change from the open percent or the relative volume or the change from the close, whatever column you've got up here, you can in theory run a race on it. So, so what does it all mean though? When you look at a top list, and let's just say I sorted on the change from the open. Okay, I'm going to sort on the change from the open. So there's BAT. Whoops. Do it again. Okay, so there's BAT. BHAT. It is the change from the open 110%. So it's right at the top here. But by looking at this list, how can I tell if this is even moving? What is moving here right now? It's impossible to tell, right? I mean, all I can do is just ranking it. So I know this is, high, but so what? Is it moving? I could maybe start looking at these percentages and I can start to see a change, but that's crazy, right? So that's what the race does. You start a race and everybody starts from kind of from scratch. And then it's going to show you the ones in your top list that are moving the most. So it's something could be buried down here and is really starting to run. I would never know it. Whoa, look at Amalix. So that is kind of the concept. So the way I liken it, it's sort of a cross or a hybrid between alert windows and a topless window, taking the best of both, combining it into, call this a scan, and a really highly visual presentation of what's happening. And I've almost been using this exclusively now for, I don't know, a week now. And I was not sold on it at all. Yeah, if you exactly, you could do that, Calvin. You can, I'm just using it the gainers from the open, but of course you as long as you have the header in the top list, you can do it. So let me just show you. So if I'm going to go to the, where am I going here? Explosive winners. And this is all that my race is just based on this. I made some, some minor changes, but I'm going to take this out. I'm going to duplicate it into a free floating window. So now I can look at it on its own. Okay, so if I right click and show the race setup. So this is based on the change from the open. This is not a good example. Let me show you if I started right from here. Here's the top list. So you can create your own top list, have all the headings you want. So when I right click, launch race. So here's how, you start off with, how long do you want it to run? Now, this is what I mean. The based on, when I do this, when I hit that down, these are all the column headers I've got. So if you wanted to add, change from the SMA 5-minute, you could put it. So you could base the range on that or the race on that as an example. Okay. So all the column headers will appear here. And then the only trick, I'll call it a trick, is to do the sort on the delta, the change. What we're looking for is the change. We want the ones that are changing the most right at the top. After that, replace the cars. You can do that. I haven't really found that makes a big deal. Company logos. I think you guys have access to that now instead of the race car. I always put it on auto rerun because what happens when the race is finished, another one will start immediately. It's cool. It's very cool. It's all a matter of having the right top list to do it on. And, I can't tell you what the right top list is, but I know what is right for me, and it's this one. And again, it's not that I couldn't have seen, BHAT in another fashion, in an alert window, making new high after new high after new high. The problem though, is that if this had pulled back just a little bit and then started to make, and then it was starting to have a run, but it was not at the high of the day, I would not see it. If my trigger is a new high of the day, I'm not going to see something that pulls back just a little and starts to make a run again. And I see it up here and go, okay, what's happening? Whoa, it's almost at a high of the day. Right now it's 10 seconds. I think, which I think is fine. I think it's fine. I think talking to Brad, he says, they might be able to get it down to 5 seconds, but I really don't think that, 10 seconds to start a race is that big a deal. Way better than when it first was introduced, when it was at 30 seconds. Yeah, I'm not sure, William will find any advantage using something like this. Thing is, though, once you're in the race, it's running for 4 minutes. Okay, so in 4 minutes, you're seeing all these things changing, which is, real time. So, and you can do the reverse. I did create the reverse, the biggest losers from the open. I've not found, but I'm way more right now interested in the biggest winners from the open. I find that they're just a little more dynamic. No, William, it doesn't, but but you're 4 minutes, you run the race for 4 minutes, but it's all based on all the symbols you have in a top list. So they're constantly, so if something is moving, you're going to see it. So it's not like it's a 4-minute refresh. It's just that it takes 10 seconds for the next race to start once the race is over. That's all. But once it's racing, this is all real time stuff. Again, I'm not trying to convince you to use it, but I mean, you know me, you've been in the room long enough to know that for me to make a change like this is pretty dramatic. So, I mean, look at the MSPR as an example. So this is starting to move. This is all real time. It's all real time what's happening. It's not, there's no delay. I think I think maybe you're misunderstanding. All right, what is this one doing? I think this is just showing up for the first time. NLTX. What is it doing and why? It's not a China stock. It's not super low. NLTX, yes, NLTX, just over $1 now, but it's not China. Next high looking left is 115. Guys, what I mean, there's a classic example of something I would have missed 2 weeks ago. Okay, WEBR, I would have missed it. Why? Because because the high in that first 15-minute or the second 15-minute candle was up at 1060. Okay, all of a sudden I saw it starting to win a race in this area here as it was starting to move. That got me interested again. And I said in the room, hey, listen, let's see how well it holds 10. I never would have seen this because all of my alerts are based on, new high of the day. Yeah, that's probably a better way to phrase it. A trade a day. You don't have to wait. Yeah, exactly. You don't have to wait for the race to finish. I'm clicking on, as I see something happening, I'm going to click on the alert. It's not like I'm waiting for the race to finish 4 minutes. Maybe yeah, maybe that's what you're not understanding, William. I mean, you're right. If you had to wait, if I were saying to you, okay, you got to wait for the race to finish and then see who the winner is and then click on it. No, 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 no. Yeah, when a race is finished, so you see this race is 323, so oh, it just started really. Yeah, when the race is over, it'll take about 10 seconds for the next race to start. That's all. And they might get it down to 5 seconds. I don't think it's a big deal. Good grief, guys. I mean, I've been talking myself out of these trades because of the looking left. Look at these things go. Another one, BIVI. I mean, here's another one. It's not like the market is ripping higher or anything, okay? It's not like we're in a big, everybody is euphoric about the market. Happiest guy alive right now on earth is Dan because he kept You thought this was the best thing, and we've had this for 6 months. I think we've had this for probably 6 months, maybe. And I just absolutely didn't see any need for it. Well, guys, look, this is what I have on my other monitor. Okay, now I'll always have the halts or zooms. I don't call this, I'll always have that. And so that's it. That is it now for alerts. What you see here, I'll probably keep the new highs and lows. It's not inundated with alerts. But that's it. I mean, I have really, really cut down. Well, okay, what are we doing here? Well, getting close to putting myself on mute, guys. Again, I'm always here. If I have to hop on the mic, I will. Don't mind. The room will be open until 3:30. And Chris will take over in the YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. What if I, Dawn? Yeah, you're right. I think I had an alert set for this one. I think I got rid of all my price alerts. Yeah, Dawn is interesting. They've done their financing, I guess. It's over the whole. It's over the whole number. No, the whole number. It's over the 200-day moving average. I haven't really. I mean, if I've been paying a little more attention to it, I mean, obviously the QURE was awesome today, but I don't have time. I just don't have time to pay any attention. I never was a big Holly user before, anyway. I would only use it like a watch list, but I had so many other things going on. Right now, I'm just glued to my TV set right here. That's it. Still around. Yeah, it's still around. Boy, Toronto is just getting killed here. Toronto Stock Exchange just getting killed. Oh, there's no question. You just need a little more. I don't know what it would be, processing power or whatever, to stop it from jumbling up so much. That's all. It has to be really cleaned up. It doesn't really bother me because you know what? In this particular case, I'm just going to be results oriented. I'm not going to be so picky about how it looks. I want the results. Also, that's why Oxy was moving higher this morning with the Buffett rumor. No, I see. I know it was moving in the pre-market anyway. Okay, guys, I'm just going to put the announcement in. I'm not on mute yet. I just want to put the announcement in on mute, but the room will be open until 3:30. And then when I shut this room down, before I do, I'll put the YouTube link in. You can head over and talk to Chris. He'll be there between 3:30 and 4:30 in the YouTube room. RCKT. Yeah, now I'm just looking to see whether or not just looking to see if this is on the if Rocket is anywhere here. Because remember, this is sorted on the change from the open. Actually, it's not. There it is. Okay. There's Rocket. So I'm a little surprised it's not showing. Maybe it showed up a little earlier on this move here. Ah, guess what's moving now, guys? Red box. RDBX. RDBX. Starting to do its thing. RDBX. Yeah, I do see Clovis here. Well, again, this is too jumbled. I'm wondering, sometimes, it depends on the time of day too. I'm finding that in the morning, this gets very jumbled up. But I'm sure I saw Clovis in here somewhere. Yeah, I don't know what's happened. I'll be honest. I don't know quite what's happened here because, it is getting a little too jumbled right now. I wonder if I should just do a reset. Because it wasn't like this all day. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. My guess is, maybe if I did a reboot or something, it might fix it all up. But I'm not going to worry about it too much. I mean, again, they're completely aware of all this. Look at X-Air. I mean, look at X-Air. How? Okay, guys, it is 2:58, so I'm going to put myself on mute unless I will hop on the mic if I have to. Okay. excuse me, the other thing I'm finding is that this is really, really great for finding late day moves. Really, really good. Also, what I was noticing, I think yesterday, because I had to hang around for the webinar, I was watching it, at 4 o'clock after hours, and it was showing you can also watch this after hours to see the stocks that are moving, after hours from 4 o'clock onwards. So I think this is just wonderful. What can I say? Back on mute. That's what I'll say. So Ija, there is no link for the webinar as such. You have to sign up. Okay, you'll get you will well I can give you if you go to my homepage. If you go to my homepage, I'm talking to Ija in our YouTube room. Okay, so click on my homepage link. Okay, then go to the education section, click here. And then down here, the daily webinars, you have to sign up for this. Now, I don't think you can sign up just for the Q&A. I don't think. I may be wrong, but when you sign up, then you'll be sent, there's a go-to webinar. See, the link changes every week, so there's not one link. There's not one link. There's not one link. It's a go-to webinar link that will change every week. Oh, okay. Is Apron on it? Let me, I don't, yeah, and actually I've talked to Brad at Trade Ideas and he's aware. It appears that it's taking too much, yeah, there's something going on and I don't know. It's possible that if I did a reloaded, it would all fix it, but he's aware of the issue. He had me do a task, go to the task manager. How much memory is it using? Apron. So it has to be up at least 2%. The volume is there. Um, Let me see if it's in the watt because there it is. I can see it. I just saw it. I can just see it here. Yeah, there's something going on. Yeah, yeah, there's something going on. This was not like this all day. This has started a little while ago. Now, one of the things you may notice, this is a top list, guys. So what's happening with the top list now is that they will update I think they're trying to get it down to 5 seconds. Okay. So instead of a 30-second wait or even 2 seconds, something as crazy as that. Now, I don't know if that's such a big deal because that's going to be part of the premium service. If you want a faster updating top list as opposed to, waiting for 30 seconds, then you need our premium service. I'm not 100% convinced that's necessary, but there could be some that want that. Well, it still is 30 seconds. It's still 30 seconds standard. But you can see right on the screen here, you can see prices changing. You can see things are changing. Right down there, you can see that move. Before it was 30 seconds all at once, everything. So these things are moving. Okay, back on mute. So let me ask you guys who are running races, are they looking like this too, or is it just my system? Are they all messed up? Maybe just get like Mike G, you were running a race. How about yours? Is it all messed up too, or is it looking a little more smooth? Okay. You know what I'm going to do? I am just going to do a reboot. I'm going to get out. So I just want to and see if it still persists. Maybe because I got so many other things going on. It's possible. Okay, so let me do an exit, save my layout, and then I'll come back in. Okay, so actually I'm getting most of you who are responding are saying it's fine for most of you. Well, everybody. Nobody's saying it's like mine. So I'm the winner. Just give me a moment as everything loads up. Okay, well, that's smooth. That's way more smooth now. That's the way it should be, the way it just sort of moved up. That's okay. So far, so good. Yeah, okay. So it must, I don't know, maybe I just have to do our whoops. Mm, okay, I think this is what I was used to. I think that's not terrible. Yeah, the thing about the change in the cars, of course, is that it can pick up something that if you just restrict it, I'm not sure how that works. If you what will happen if because the whole idea of changing the cars is getting something that's moving way down here and replacing it with something it isn't. I mean, that is the theory. I just have to believe that ultimately, they'll be able to get this in a very smooth fashion. All right, guys. Well, I'm getting close to what time is it now? 3:19. So Chris will be in the YouTube room in about 10 minutes. So just one last look at my homepage. Mike G, are we friends now? Are we friends again? Take a look at my homepage. And so you really, if you want to learn more about the races, of course, just go to the education section of my homepage, click here on the education section, and take a look at the user guide. Click on the user guide. Let me get this a little bit bigger. Here we go. Scroll down until you see the TI stock races, okay? That'll give you a good basic idea about what they're all about, how you would set up your own if you want, okay? And of course, we have a lot of other information. So the daily support sessions that I talk about. So at 3:30 today, Monday to Friday, 3:30 to 4:30, Chris takes over in the YouTube room. So he can answer your questions also. Daily webinars, you can sign up for them all right here. Looking for a great refresher or if you're brand new to trading, starts off with what is a stock? All free. Michael Noss at TradeIdeas put this together. All free. Of course, if you want to take out a subscription to TradeIdeas, here's a promo code you can use. You click on the Get TradeIdeas. My recommendation is start off with a monthly plan. Do not take out an annual plan unless you absolutely know you want the product. Then do the let's get started. 10 videos, take you about 30 minutes to do it. Do that first before you do anything else. You want to subscribe to my stock of the day video that I do at noon. It's all free. You can sign up there. Trade of the week. It is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Free. And I'm going to have to do something with my scans because I'm not going to use these very much anymore. I don't know what I'm going to do. So I'll probably put some races in here. So a lot of information, my homepage, save my link. Then you can look at everything whenever you want. Oh, I only point out you, Mike. You were kind of complaining about something. Maybe there's another Mike G, but I don't know if it was you. And I got it. I mean, I understood. Yeah, this is definitely better. This is definitely better now. It's a little more smooth. All right. Just yeah. Okay. Okay. It was you. That's okay. Yeah, I didn't. I did not take it the wrong way. All right, guys. Well, let's see what else is creeping in here. This SXTC. Seen this one before. Yeah, look at this little pop here. China, low float China. Here we go. Low float China. All right, back on mute. Okay, guys, I'm going to just pop back in now and give you the YouTube link. Chris isn't there quite yet, but I'm sure he's going to be there any minute now. So here's the YouTube link. You can head over to YouTube between 3:30 and 4:30 if you want to keep talking about trade ideas. You can ask, you can ask virtually anything about trade ideas. Chris is, I don't know if he's not as extensive a user of the races as I am. He's got a couple, I think he's got a Bollinger Band race, but certainly, you can talk about the races if you want or anything else. I'm just going to get my script together, shut down the room. There he is.
Here I am.
Okay, Mr. Varley, give me one moment as I just get my script together so I can shut down the other room.
You got it.
Tomorrow is Friday, yes.
Indeed it is. Couldn't come soon enough.
Just give me a moment here. Okay, main room. Shutting down now. Thank you for all of the help. Just going to put the notice in. I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great evening and we'll see you then. Bye-bye. Okay, Chris, now you can, oh, I see you've already taken my screen. So yeah, you're good to go.
I jumped the gun on you.
So the races have been spectacular today. I think, are you using the change from the close at all, or are you just using your Bollinger Band one?
So I use the Bollinger Band one. I race it on 5-minute change actually, and one of the filters that's in it is the stock has to be up over the last 5 minutes. I'm considering making another version of it where the stock also can't be below X amount of the high of the day, or has to be X amount above the low of the day.
Right.
Because I still want to be able to see stuff that pulled back, but I don't want stuff that might have pulled back too much and the Bollinger Band's caught back up with it, and then it's showing again, so that that fine line between what's a pullback and what's just falling now.
Sure. So you're not really interested then in the biggest gainers from the open, that one. You're just really want to concentrate on your Bollinger Band one.
I mean, they've found me a lot of really good stuff. I mean, WEBR.
Yep.
I mean, I got a beautiful move off of that. I caught it early in the morning. If I just don't want to load, I caught it early in the morning on that big wick up here, and then it caught it again back in here when it started making this move again. And
okay, all right.
See. There's something else that looked okay to me too. I can't remember what now. I had to reset my layout in the noon session, so I lost a lot of the early stuff, unfortunately.
Right. Okay.
But QURE again. This one was caught a lot of times with this other race that I'm using here. I believe it was caught with the Bollinger Band one too. So it's caught it multiple times through here. It was an AI alert as well. I just happened to notice it because I saw this over here. But I have most of the the chart stuff turned off for the AI that I can turn off. So I think really probably only need 2 races to catch all the big moves, to be honest. I feel like, because
yeah, no question. In fact,
they're going to be one way or the other. You're going to come across them.
Yeah, and at least I don't want to get into that pitfall that you can have when you start creating so many different alert windows because you don't want to miss anything. I don't want to do the same thing with races. I don't want to have like 10 races going because I don't want to miss anything. I don't think I'm missing anything with this change from the open. I mean, the way I trade anyway, I think it's just been awesome.
I wouldn't imagine. And the other thing too is it becomes the same thing. When the whole reason the races seem to work for me is I'm only looking at a few stocks now, and by counting off what are the top 10 winners, that kind of really, especially after like 10 o'clock, if I see something's won 4 races by 10 o'clock, I run 3-minute races. I mean, pay attention to that stock is what that's really telling me. So it's really giving me a narrow pointed view where my problem was, I think what a lot of people have with the alert windows is that fine line between, am I getting too many alerts or not enough alerts? And am I catching the alerts too late or too early, too early? Obviously, the looser we make the filters, the earlier we catch the alerts, but the more alerts we get overall. And then the vice versa. If we tighten it up, we risk missing something. So I feel like I mean, I can't think of, with the exception of maybe 1 or 2 days, I can't think of any days really where I didn't have like two solid opportunities from it, and it's just on me to take the opportunity essentially.
Right. Well, the other thing though with the alert windows, you have to settle on a trigger. So if you're going to use new high of the day, fine. You could use new 5 minute high, but you may get so
Hmm.
many. So for instance, look at the Weber. For me, because that opening, one of the opening candles hit 1060.
Yep.
So I would miss that one where you got it, okay? But I didn't miss it in the change from the open, but I would miss it, just over $10 because by the time it would hit my alert window, it would have to be at 1061.
That's exactly it, and it's
You see,
almost,
so
without making a top list and alert window, it's like making a top list and alert window. So it takes away that necessity. Now,
exactly.
obviously, for for people that are trying to use like counts or anything like that with the alerts, you're going to lose that part of it, unfortunately. But I just, I think it counts momentum in a different way that you don't, some of those filters aren't necessary anymore, for me,
Uh,
anyways.
100%. I mean, I really don't have, I've only got two other alert windows now, and that's it. That is it. I could just, but I know I'm hardly even looking at them. I'm just staring at like a TV. I'm just staring at it all day long as it
Yep.
as it moves up and down for me, all these different symbols, and I'm finding it fabulous. So,
Yep.
anyways, I'm sorry, I'm
Absolutely.
taking up your time.
No, no, this is, I like this, and I think hopefully the people, it's actually a good crowd in here right now. So hopefully they're getting an idea out of it, because look, there's still a lot of people that question the racing, and as far as swing trading goes, it's tough. I have a few thoughts around it, especially when you see something winning a lot of races. It becomes like any other scan you're looking at. Swing, any scan could be a swing trade scan. What's your criteria though for swing trading? Where I think with
So,
day trading, there's a lot more leeway around those things.
mm-hmm. Man, look at this market too. What if you, and I haven't even tried because, I'm not as interested in swing trading, but if you did things like the position in the 5 day or the 10 day or the 30 day or using, and sort and run the race on those sort of
So I
criteria, like,
have the bottom right race that I have. It says upper 20-day, upper daily
oh,
range.
I
It's
see. Yes,
actually
yes.
something similar to what I use for what I call my evening scan, looking for those setups. It's just that we're just not in an environment for swing trading. I mean, there's no reason or rhyme to things coming up or down. It's simple, it's a bear market, and it just comes for anything at any time. And so, I've really moved away from most swing trading. I was doing a few swings on some China stuff recently that's worked out, but still not the moves I was hoping for in them. And as soon as they show any sign of weakness, I'm jumping out of them. So when we move back into a more trending market, I think it'll be easier to spot things for it working for swing trading. But it just, the setups just aren't there for swing trading. Not for me, what I'm looking for. Some of what I look for in swing trading similar to what you're looking for. I want to see stuff that's closing strong on the day. And then I want to see it's breaking away on a 20-day range is kind of what I use for it. So,
Right.
and
Okay.
anything that's breaking on a 20-day range, for example, this Weber, right? It's on here, it's on the scan, it's at, it's 75% above the low of its 20-day, which is what I look for. But look at all this resistance that it's got to come through right now,
Oh yeah.
So how do you swing something like that? You know what I mean? It's got great momentum coming into this. And I mean, could it run? Sure, why not? Anything can run on any day. It just, the risk reward isn't there on swing trading for most of the setups that are coming through here, because things have fallen so much, just too much resistance to push through. And we're not in a pushing through resistance long term market. That's all there is for
Hmm.
us, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, the other thing I'm finding is that it's, there are times where I can be bored to tears, because nothing is happening. I'm not finding that at all with the racing. I'm not finding. I mean, there's always something that's happening,
Mm-hmm.
and it doesn't matter what time of day. It makes no difference. But
Yep.
because there are days in which I'll just sit there and I'll say to the guys, you know what? I'm not getting any new alerts. I'm going to put myself on mute for a while.
Yep.
But I have no time anymore. I'm serious. I mean, it's good. I mean, in a good way, because it's just constantly. It's almost like being entertained all day long in a good way.
And as someone who loves, I get, some of the hangups with the races and how it looks or whatever. But as someone who grew up, my first video game system was the original Atari. I like 8-bit graphics still, so it's fine for me.
Mhm.
I get it. I get what the argument is, but it's, if it works, why fight it? That's
Well,
my
I
thing.
said, yeah, I mean, I said in the room, I mean, look, for me, the bottom line is the value that it can give. Okay, so right now, is it sort of messy looking? Yes, of course it is. It jumbles around a little too much, and I've talked to Brad about this, and they are going to try to smooth things out and all. But for me,
Right.
the bottom line is that look, if it's giving me good alerts and I have to put up with a little bit of a messy look, who cares? I mean, if that's
Exactly.
your criteria, for not taking it, then I don't have any answer for that.
Yeah, and also as for me, towards the end of 2020 is when I really moved into swing trading, and all of most of 2021, I did pretty well, but towards the end of 2021, it was getting a lot harder for me swing trading. I What would I do right now? Because I just wasn't a very good day trader, and all of a sudden, I don't know if it's just I got more discipline and my system of trading works better now, or I've just refined it, or if it's the races or a combination of both. But since the beginning of January, I'm making my way by day trading.
Right.
That's where my winnings are coming from, is more through day trading than anything else. So without the races, am I having the success I'm having right now? I don't know that I am. So just don't tell Dan
Hmm.
that.
Yeah. Oh man. Well, he's happy. He's happy that I'm using it almost
I
exclusively. He
know.
can't believe it, but he's happy.
In his glory.
Yeah. Okay, my friend. I think I'll take off now. So have
Alrighty,
a
I kept you over
fine.
time.
No, that's okay. That's okay. I like chatting with you, so that's good. And this is all kind of. I think maybe it helps people who are listening. I have, you said there's a bit of a crew in there today, so maybe it's going to help people who are listening.
Yep.
Because there's still people that don't get it. I mean, and when I say don't get it, I don't mean they don't get it because they think it's stupid even. They just don't understand, the
Right.
concept of it. They don't understand how to set it up necessarily. They don't
Hmm.
understand what it's giving you. Okay, so I don't mean that they're just they don't get it and they're just dismissing it. They just,
Right.
it's like something that's brand new that it has to be introduced and explained.
Exactly. That's that was part of what it took for me when Andy did that webinar. I actually helped him in the webinar, and doing it, I learned something on him and how he was caught some different moves, and I said, "Gee, now I start to get it."
Right. Okay, Chris,
Sounds good,
have fun
Barry.
for 40 minutes. Okay, we'll
I
we'll
will.
talk to you tomorrow.
Take care, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay.
Exactly. Take care,
Okay.
Barry. Bye bye.
Bye-bye.
So, hopefully, I always like when first off, love getting to talk with Barry at any point that I do. Believe it or not, we don't talk internally here as much as you think we do. We do have a back and forth, generally speaking, in our Slack chat, but that's typing back and forth, no different than a lot of what goes on in the trading room. So, just getting to talk to Barry like that, and just sometimes ideas are being thrown off each other without even knowing it. And so, him talking about the biggest winners from the open, I'm going to revisit a few things. I'm going to probably work on my layout. I don't know if I'll have a chance tonight, but I'm going to work out on my layout over the weekend. I want to reduce, I just have some windows are just there to have. No reason to have a sloppy layout. Not that my layout's sloppy, but just talking to him, I think I could refine these a little better and probably just get away with running 2 races, and I'll probably implement a third race once if we get back into a trending bull market and I start using my liked list again and doing more homework for swing trading. I think that's when I'll find some value with the swing trading of it. Just like Barry was pointing out, is using those longer term filters. And so I think there's something to be had there. It's just I think we're not in a swing trading environment at all, and so that causes an issue in that regard for us. So, anyways, that just some food for thought between us, and hopefully that helps. So, I see the questions coming. Just give me 1 second here. Something's coming through. Just want to put myself on mute. Just 1 second, folks. Sorry. All right, thanks for bearing with me there, folks. So let's see, Barry races finding same stuff. I think Barry's are finding everything mine are finding. He might be finding some bigger moves, to be honest. I have a feeling he's finding some of the bigger moves that I'm still missing, maybe. And yeah, Barry's, more of that breakout and the really breaking through the highs on the, not breaking through the highs of the day, but breaking away on a change, the biggest moves from the open, essentially. That's where I think Barry's finding. And by doing, the difference with change from open and change from close is this. You could have something that gaps down and reverses, and so it'll have a huge change from open to the positive side. But technically, the stock is still down because it opened, because it's not above its close of yesterday. And so that's why the change from open is so powerful with these races, I feel like. So just, I think that's where you're going with that perfect circle. So let me know if I didn't answer that right. And then first I missed it, but I want to. Oh, okay. Good to hear, Raj. I always like hearing, that scan works. A few people have come to me, over the last year or so, saying how much that scans actually worked out well for them. And yeah, I mean, I've found some real gems on it. That's for sure. So always like to get positive feedback on that. And what's the best resources to learn races? Webinar? I would say right here. I would say right here is your best spot. Bollinger Band 1-2 race. I just have this Bollinger Band one right here. Just the one Bollinger Band. That's it. It's the one that I've gone through. Raj, but right here. So if you have specific questions on the race, Xavier, let me know. If not, I have a short spiel that I will go over with the races to describe how I personally use them and some thoughts behind all that. And then Michael Anthony, please look at MPW. Looks like a start for more upside. MPW. I mean, it's got a couple of up days. I don't know. That's the start of anything. For me, I got to see a series of higher highs and higher lows. We don't have that at all right now. We have a bottom. All right. And now we're running into this most recent resistance attempt here. So I got to see, a higher this here, and then I got to see it not pull back all the way for a higher low. And then I got to see it make a higher high up here. I want to see those steps moving up. Anything short of that is just a reprieve bounce as far as I'm concerned. I mean, someone could have said it was looked like it was moving up here, and then it wasn't. Then he could have said it looked like it was moving up here, and it wasn't. And then it looked like it was moving up here, and it wasn't. And it looked like it was moving up here, and it wasn't. And and we could do this again here. It looked like it was moving up here, and it wasn't. And it looked like it was moving up here, and it wasn't. So a trend is not made in a couple of days. A trend is made over a few weeks for me. Now, as far as, day trading wise, I mean, okay, I guess, it's up 33 cents. So there's that. But no, I don't see any trend change. You need a couple of weeks of making higher highs and higher lows for me for an uptrend on that. And what is your bottom race? This race here is the Bollinger Band race. This one here is basically my evening scan turned into a race, essentially. Nothing crazy here. So, I mean, I can share it out, obviously. And yeah, Barry said what a market. I mean, here we're moving up again. We went negative and we gone back positive again. So, I mean, just wacky market. On file, load from cloud. So let me share. It's just a version of my evening scan, just tweaked slightly. Oh, gee, I don't even know if I have it in here. I don't think I have this already saved at all. I think it's just saved as my layout, but not saved individually. Just combing through my. I guess not. All right. Well, here, save. It's do this. Oh no, that won't work like that. Let me duplicate it out into a free floating window. Otherwise it's trying to save the whole doc. I always forget about those things. And save or share to cloud, save and share, copy link, paste link, share link, and voila. So there's that. And let's see, let's get back to this here. So here's my spiel on how races work, okay? So first, let me bring over a top list. Here's just a top list, and this is what races get based out of. Now, here's why the races appeal to me. Let's say I've got all these stocks here, all right? And based on how a top list is configured in general, first off, it's hard to look at these grids and just discern anything, number one. Number two, let's just say, for argument's sake, that XLRE right here is on the move, and it's moving up real good right now. However, it's not moving enough to really take it up the list. Maybe it only comes up 1 or 2 slots. I'm not going to see that. I mean, what are the odds that I'm going to see that among everything else that I've got going on? And meanwhile, it's like the top gainer and it's really moving, but I've got no way to notice that within this top list here, right? Now, what if I had a way to tell myself, what if the top list had a way to say, hey, XLRE's on the move, man, and you got to be paying attention to this, all right? And so meanwhile, it could be staying here, it could be down here, but all of a sudden it starts to shoot out this way on the race. And that's a way of saying, hey, look at me, I'm over here, I'm moving. So now, essentially what we do with the races, what I do with the races, and what I think is the best way to use them that I've come across so far is this. I've said, hey, top list, find me these kinds of stocks based on these filters. Then I said, hey, top list, I want you to take those stocks that you found and order them from top to bottom based on another criteria. Then I want you to take those ordered stocks that you found and show me what's moving based on one more criteria. So it's like narrowing the focus down of what I'm looking at. So, for example, let me move this out of the way now. I've got this Bollinger Band scan here. If I right click and I go open top list, because that's what I can do, and popped on my other screen, let me just bring that over. All right, here's that top list, all right? Now, looking at this top list, how could I possibly know that CSSE is on the move right now? And it is. Look at that move. But where's CSSE on this? It's down here. How could I possibly know that CSSE is making that move? It's down here. It's just sitting there. Would you notice that? Realistically, 0% chance. And who wants to click at save? What's save doing? Oh, let me click on this. What's that doing? Oh, let me click on that. What's that doing? I don't need to click through them. The race is telling me, hey, Chris, take a look. I'm on the move, man. Don't sleep on me. It's literally the race is telling me that. So first, we build a top list, right? And in building this top list, here's the configure of the top list. I said, top list, find me stocks in between $4 and $30. They have to have traded 200,000 shares on the day. They need to be 80% above the low of their lower Bollinger Band. They have to be up over the last 5 minutes. And then I put a 1 minute volume filter in here, but 1 minute volume filter isn't built into top lists. But you could use a 5 minute one instead. If you're familiar with customs, you could throw the custom in there. You know what I mean? You could do it yourself. I just did that because I was getting a bunch of stocks every once in a while that were static stocks, not moving. They just happened to be towards the top of the Bollinger Band list. That's all. So that's essentially what I've done though. All right. So now top list, find me these stocks that meet this criteria. Boom, done, no problem. But how do we order them? That's where the sort comes in. This is what we call a server sort, okay? Now I said, awesome, you found me those stocks. Now I want you to put the ones at the top of the list as the ones that are in the highest position of their Bollinger Bands right now. And so those are the ones that are going to be the top race lanes. So notice how we have X amount of lanes here, all right? So my top stocks that are ordered from top to bottom are going to be here on the race. So awesome. Now we found them. Now the last step of how all this works is in the race setup. All right. And in my race setup, I said, let's go with 10 lanes. I want to run 3 minute races. I arbitrarily pick 3 minutes. In the end, I start to have reasons why I like it and why I haven't changed it. I feel like 3 minutes is enough time for things to make a move, especially day trading wise, but not so short that the races are ending too quickly. And was that really a move, or was it more of a fake move for me? So I feel like 3 minutes is a good amount of time. Second, while I don't want to trade the first 15 or 20 minutes, generally speaking, of the market, I can certainly see if something in 15 minutes wins 3 races, that's 9 minutes of winning in the first 15 minutes of the market. All right. If something wins 4 or 5 races in the first half an hour, again, now we're at 12 to 15 minutes of winning in the first 20 minutes, half an hour of the market. I really know that I got something that might be worth watching all day long, because now if I'm seeing it on my race, we know that probably most of the trading world is seeing it as well, and that's where action is, and that's where we want to be, is where the action is, right? And so that's how I settled on that. All right. Then I based the race on, and our races are going to be based on a column that we decide. And a column can be any filter you want. So, here we have position in year range, 5-day range, change from the open, change from the close. Price even can be a column. All right. And if a column isn't there that you want to race on, you simply, configure, and you come to the search. And you find what column you want. I want to race on change 15 minutes. I want to race on VWAP. I want to race on change 10 days. I want to race on volume. I want to race on volatility, and show the column. Select whatever it is that you want to show the column. You got to settle on one column for the race, but you could always experiment with these things. There's no right answer. I think there's some answers that are more right than others. Obviously racing on, I don't know, racing on market cap. I don't think racing on market cap is going to be a very good idea. Maybe you're going to find something and you say, yeah, Chris, actually racing on market cap's great. I don't know. I'm not going to experiment with it. Maybe you are, though. But that's the next step, is finding what to race on. So you pick a column to race on. I picked the change in 5 minutes. All right. And I set it at a delta value. So this is the last part of the whole thing. What does the delta value mean? This is what it means. The top list has now found the stocks. It has now ordered the stocks, and we're now found a way to, now we're racing based on. So I don't need to know what's ahead overall in 5-minute moves. I want to know what's moving the now on 5 minutes. And that's what the delta says. All right, we found everything. Let's start it all break even here, essentially. So that's what happens at the beginning of this race. We're all starting evenly here, essentially. And now whatever's moving the most over 5 minutes is going to be moving that direction. And let's take a look. AM, BC, what are you doing? And it's going to be moving up or down. And it's really moving up right now. Because remember, the change on 5 minutes for the race could go either way, up or down. Down isn't necessarily bad. What happens if something made a move up, and now it's making a move down over the last 5 minutes, but it's moving down to a nice support range where it might be giving me a pullback entry to do that again? All right. So that's why the moving down isn't bad. I just don't want to see it moving down too much. That's where that issue can come in. All right. At the same time, while I find things that maybe for a pullback, I could also find things are just in a nice uptrend and continuing. All right. And so that's where the race comes in for me. And now I don't have an alert window spitting alerts at me nonstop. Wait, what was that one that just went by? And I also don't have to say, oh, gee, my alert window missed this one if I caught it earlier. I don't need the trigger, because alert windows need a trigger. They need the new high, the new 5-minute high, or the crossed above resistance, or any of those filters. Or any of those alerts. It needs one of those to get the trigger on top of the filters. Now I just need the filters. That's it. Now, sure, there's no voice alert. There's no voice calling out to me. But look, how much data do I need to make a decision? At some point, you got to just be a trader also. You can only have so many tools hold your hand. I've got this thing pointing to me where all the action in the trading world is right now. If I can't figure it out from there, probably not long for this whole setup anyways. So that's my long, short, and skinny on this. And again, CSSE, what's happening? We're spiking. We're still moving up on this nice. All right. BLCO, it's down for the day, but it's making a move now towards the top of the Bollinger Band. And look at that move that's just happening in it. All right. Are all of them going to be tradable? Obviously not. But when someone asks about swing trading, all right, well, this thing just made a crazy move at the end of the day. Big volume coming in. Look at that move. What if that's going to carry tomorrow? Well, I don't know. And, we got this resistance here, but then maybe we can move up to there afterwards. So swing trading, I could set a price alert above a level that I think is a swing entry alert coming into the next days, right? And so, these are the outside the box ways to think about things and how they can translate into what we want. So sorry, I haven't looked at my questions in a while. I shared that. What are your races based on your sort on? Okay, got it. All right, so we answered those. And so essentially that's what's going on. This race here, I think, is based on something else. I think this is based on change from the open, if I'm not mistaken. But I mean, look, how many actionable ideas do you want in a day? I mean, Weber, I mean, come on. I mean, look at that move. That can make someone's week right there, that move. All right. AVEO. Here's another one. Look at this. Caught this back here. What a nice little move off of this from the 530s. I mean, you could have caught it at 550 still and caught a 50-cent move on a $5 stock, a 50-cent move on a $5 stock. Come on. I mean, it's hard to not love this. Look at Smith and Wesson brands. All right. Look at this beautiful move. And this was caught earlier in the day. So, we're catching CSSE at the end of the day. Look, some days are going to look nicer than others. Some days probably have 15 actionable ideas in it. Some days are going to have 2 or 3 actionable ideas on it. It's up to us to seize them, though. All right, good I appreciate that. Thank you. I should have recorded that. I was gonna record it and then I didn't. Maybe we'll revisit this next week sometime, and I'll rehatch it and maybe a little more thought out too. And here's the other thing. I don't have any of the scripted, folks. This is all off the cuff here for me. I don't write this stuff down and come into it here. And that's why I think some of the best education is everybody bouncing stuff off of each other. That's how it works best. If I was basing an alert window off of this, I'd leave all the same stuff involved. But the problem now with the alert window is this. All right, let me bring an alert window over and open the configure. And what alert do I choose? What's my alert? What if I have something, for example, let's look at Weber again. Well, let me get rid of that. Weber's going to be the perfect example of this, all right? You have Weber basing all day long, all right? And then it starts to really make this move around 1030 right here. I mean, 1030 the price, not the time, all right? If I use a new high as an alert, I never get that alert until it breaks over 1061 or so, right? So I've missed all of this and almost all of this up here. And while, yes, there's plenty of move to be had in it still, I'm late to the party and the thing's already moving and pumping by the time I get to the party with a new high alert, right? If I throw in a new 5-minute high alert, all right, sure, I get that. But now I'm getting 1,000 other alerts that I don't want to. I should more say tens of other alerts that I don't want to see also. And it takes me back to the whole thing with the alert window where alert after alert's coming in, and I cannot keep up with it personally. Other people can. That's them, not me. So that's why I look at it the way I look at it. That's why I do it the way I do it with these races. And that's why the races appeal so much to me. I could go, do I want to pull back 75% from the lows off the open? Which alert is it? Up a certain percent for the day? Then I'm limiting myself, right? Because it has to be up a certain percent for the day. Every one of these alerts here, while they're great in their own right, they limit me on when I'm going to get the alert, essentially. What's got to happen on top of my filters being satisfied. I need this to happen, this event to happen. So, for me, I've really, I've moved off of alert windows. I still like to back test and mess around, but for now, races is it for me. You don't see SWBI on it? Do you have the same? Yeah, if you have the same setup that I have, you have to see it on there. It's got to be on there. So hopefully, William, that explains why, what the difference is between building the same scan with an alert window versus a top list and then racing it on the top list. Just signed up. Ken, did you missed my whole thing, didn't you, Ken? I went through this whole thing on setting up races here. We can circle back, of course. Or let me know, Ken, if you caught my rant, my last 20-minute rant on races. And this way I know more what direction to go on questions for you. Oh, okay. No, you didn't miss it. Okay. When you said just signed up, I thought like maybe you just signed up like a minute ago for TradeIdeas and like you just logged in here because you kind of just discovered TradeIdeas. That's where I thought you were going with that. So no, I mean on setting up a race or setting up any race, I would say this, you set it off of a top list, so you're going to want to go new and top list window. All right, let me get rid of, I can't move that. All right. And then start thinking about what you want to scan on. All right. So, price range, we can go, $4 to, $100, for example. All right. And then, do you want to see a stock that's traded X amount of shares today? For me, I want to make sure there's some interest, some liquidity into it. I don't want to be, I don't want to trade things that have traded 10,000 shares by, 10:15 in the morning. I want to see that I don't need it trading 1 million shares by that time, but I want to know that there's some interest in the stock and that, I'm not going to get the rug pulled out on me by one big sell order, essentially. So I a number that I've been going with a lot lately is 225,000 shares on the day. If we're up above that, chances are there's some interest in that stock or enough interest for me to at least give a peek at it. All right. And, there's the basis of it there. Then, what are you trying to find with this? And I think, the races are really great for momentum / paused momentum. And that's where you can come into these filters and start to say, what is it that I want to scan on? Do I want to see, let's take a look at some SMA stuff. I'm just kind of shooting off the cuff here. But let's say 5-period SMA. Let's say an 8-period SMA on a 15-minute chart. So let's add that filter. All right. And I want to say something's, let's say a 0.5% above that. Okay. And I want to see that it's, let's say up from the open. So we could throw a 0 there. So I don't mind if the stock gap down, but I want to know that it's got some strength after the gap down and it's, coming back up. All right. So there's, just a real simple base of a top list there. Now we got to decide what to sort on. And we could sort on, there'll be items that are here already. And if we don't like any of those items, we can come to the search and we could decide one of these items in here to sort on. So maybe I also want to sort on this change from the 8-minute period. So it's kind of a take off the Bollinger Band scan that I have. And so go sort by that. All right. And so the biggest on top. All right. And so now we've told the top list what to find, and we'll call it racing on the 815 SMA. All right. And there we go. And here's the list of stocks. And notice, CSSE's in there. CDMO. What a nice move at the end of the day for that, right? Nice, steady, pulsing move right here. Beautiful. Maybe we just built something nice. ALT. What do you look like? Another nice one. That wasn't in any race that I just had. All right. On ramp. I don't think that's actually on ramp, but look, there's another beautiful stock right here. Another beautiful one. Look at this. Look at this. Maybe we just built something nice here. We didn't use any customs or anything. This one, not so nice, but I like seeing things that aren't great. All right. Just to always hammer home the fact there's no magic bullet. Downtrend all day, and then it finally probably took over that 8 SMA essentially on that 15-minute chart and popped up over it. So, all right, so we've got something for sure that's worth looking at here. Now we got to decide how to race on it, right? So launch real-time race. All right. And again, these are the things that I personally do here. Leave it at 10 lanes. I think you can put up to 20 lanes. It just takes up more screen space. Again, I like my 3-minute races. All right, but let's not do change from close. We're going to do change from open and a delta value. All right. And we're going to leave everything else the way exactly it looks here. Yeah, I like everything else that looks here. So look, I'm going to share this out with everybody. That's strange. That should have got that, Raj, I'd say. 100,000 shares. 4 and 100. Huh. That doesn't make sense that you wouldn't have got that. Can we share this one out here? And so for anybody that's, wondering, and this is just a template here. You can take it, you can change the price on it, you can change the minimum shares, have at it. What did we say it didn't come on there? Sorry, I'm trying to SWBI. Beck, Raj, how do you have your winners set up to display? Are they showing the last winner, or are you showing your top 10 winners? Because could it be here and you just got to scroll down? Because mine's set up to only show my top 10 winners, the races, the stocks that have won the most races, the top 10 of that. Because I can change it, duplicate. I can't duplicate it. It won't work now. If I do this though, hold on. Show all winners. See how that changes what the look is here now? So look, if I change that, I don't have Smith & Wesson here on the Bollinger one until I scroll way down. I got to go way down to find it. So look how far I had to scroll down to even find it. So I think that might be it. Also, yeah, Ken, another thing too here is you can come back and rewatch this later on our YouTube channel, which everybody here I hope is subscribed to. And every day you guys click that like button for our YouTube channel. That would be really awesome if you did that. Sorry, I just get a little plug in there for us. um, at some point, this will render and it'll get posted on our YouTube channel. And even though it's like 1 7-hour stream, you can fast forward towards the end of the stream and you'll come across this. For anybody that doesn't have the YouTube link here, let me get that link for you. YOUTUBE ideas videos. So here is that. This is where all of our videos are, and they're basically in chronological order too. So that's where everything, and you can subscribe to the YouTube channel, and everybody can go there. Everybody can subscribe. Every day, come in and give us a little pump with a like. Where do I say top 10 winners? So if you right click the race, Raj, towards the top here, it should say show top 10 winners. And that'll sort it differently. That'll sort it like I have here. Now you won't see every winner anymore like that. So things that have won less than whatever the last winner is, or last on the list, you won't know those actually won. Define sign of weakness. There could be many signs of weakness. I'd say, breaking support, rolling over on a moving average. Some of that can be a little subjective, but let's say here, a sign of weakness. So this had this gap up day right here, and then we can see where it kind of has this line at $30 that it's battled with $30 over and over again. And so as soon as it came down and broke this again, that was a sign of weakness, and it was a great short off breaking that $30 line. And I would say the gap here would be the next sign of weakness to come down and fill that gap to $20. You could use that as a sign of weakness, as signs of weakness. And also I would say here's another sign of weakness with this. Notice the massively declining volume on this whole time. So even when we move back up here, we mostly move back up on declining volume. And then the last bit of volume, big volume, was as it made this last gasp move up, and we could see it lost, it was like a deflating balloon with the volume and price. So those are some signs of weakness I could point to right away for you there, Peter. What are you, Raj, what are you sorting on? Check what you're sorting on. CLVT. CLVT. No, that's not CLVT. CLVT. So definitely a move to be had in that. Interesting. AZRE. Yep, I had AZRE on here. That makes sense. That's good to go. GILB, I believe that was on here. GILB. I had GILB earlier in the day, and when I reset, it won a bunch of races for me earlier, and when I reset my layout, I lost it. GILB, GBLI. I know I saw something with that. No, definitely not GBLI. Why you have Wells Fargo on there? That's strange that you had Wells Fargo on there. They must have something to do with your sort. No, your sort on the top list itself. Like, so if you right click and you come into configure, so the configure will be the top list configure. What's your sort here? Sort on the Bollinger Band. All right, sort on the change from Bollinger Band. And then can you go over compare count? I've heard that some folks have created various versions for specific indexes. You would have to then, so if we go new and compare count window. So let me bring over compare count. So compare count window is like configuring two different alert windows at the same time. So if we go to configure green data, if you wanted to, do it for the XLF, for example, you'd have to create a symbols list of everything in the XLF and then attach it specifically to the alert window there, Xavier. All right. So that it was only looking at that. I don't know if, the XLF, if we have it as a list in here like that. I don't think we do. ETFs. That was not what I wanted to do. Pro shares. Yeah, no. So that's how you could set it up to specifically look at that. So if you want it looking at specific things, you have to select those specific things. So you could look at the S&P 500 only. That is an option because we have that. All right. Yeah, William, I just randomly built that. That's the link I shared up there. It was just something that I built as an exercise with everybody here. So the link's in the chat for that. So that's what you could do there. But essentially, what you're doing, Xavier, for compare count windows, is you're setting up two different alert windows, and you don't want too many filters in those alert windows because you're looking at new highs versus new lows for the most part. You don't have to stick with new highs versus new lows, but that's what I think is most popular in it. You could choose any alert you want. You could do alerts based off a standard deviation, break up or break down, for example. All right, and you can point it at what you want with the symbols list. Let me know if that makes sense. That's how that would work like that. So you got the Russell in here. Here you go, sector ETF. So I do have the XLF. So you could point it at the XLF or anything like that. This will be looking at those specific stocks in there. All right, so those sector ones that are there. All right, perfect, Raj. So that's what it was. I knew there had to be something slightly different because for you to get Wells Fargo was kind of strange to me. I mean, obviously it made this curl up and move at the end, but yeah. Anyway, so that's that. So that's what I can point to you, Xavier, with the compare count windows to look at in that regard. And then if you haven't seen our education on compare count windows, and anybody else that's interested, this section actually educated me because there was something about compare count windows I didn't know because I never used it before with the moving averages in there. And I still don't understand all of it. Oh yeah, of course, Raj, happy to help, man. That's what I'm here for. So, I want to make sure I want people to get the success out of the software that I get. I like to share that success. If you have other more specific questions, though, Xavier, I'm happy to answer those. But that's how you would point that specifically. And you can build your own symbols list, for example. So, for example, just going to press OK here for a second. You can come to Tools, Symbols Lists, and then create a new list. and you could create a list based on what you want to look at. So, you could, if you can find like a list of, stocks that are in the NASDAQ or the Qs, whatever you want to use, same thing essentially at its core. You could copy that list and then paste it into your symbols list, and then have the compare count window only look at that with new highs versus new lows. And so just to circle and kind of bring this all together here, if I can close my windows, I have this set of compare count windows here that Jamie Hodge made years ago and that I'm pretty big on. And all they're doing is sorting by market cap and new highs and new lows. And there's just a slight volume metric to them. So if I come to the configure, all the green data and red data is the exact same, except the green data is going to look at new highs. The red data is going to look at new lows, but they all have, the only other difference between them is the market cap is changed on that, just to, look at what small caps are doing versus larger caps in that sense with this here. And so that's what that's doing. And just has a little bit of volume metrics just to make sure we're looking at stocks that are active on the day. But, this was what Jamie settled on, happened to like it. And so I happened to use it like that. So hopefully that's working and informative. And I did not share that link, did I? Oh, yes, I did. All right, that link's in there. Perfect. And so check that out. And then Michael Anthony, what I said about that is, you need a few weeks of data for a trend change on a stock. 3 days does not make a trend. It's a dead cat bounce as far as I'm concerned. What was the stock again? MPW. I mean, how could you make it? I need to see a series of, all right, if that's the low, then I want to see a higher low and a higher low to show me there's a trend change in it. If not, that's a dead cat bounce as far as I'm concerned. And here's where the base of my argument is. All right, this fell. All right, it's moving up. Wait, no, it fell. It's moving up. No, wait, it's not moving up. It's moving up. Oh, no, it's not. 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 It's moving up. Oh, no, it's really not. So, you've got a whole lot of scenarios that I just played out that are exactly the same as this, that all ended up with this right afterwards. So, here's a trend change for you. This is what I look for in a trend change. K-Web. Not web. K-Web. Here, we can now see a well-defined bottom and a higher low and a higher low. 3 higher lows. That constitutes a trend change. It does not happen overnight, though. That took months to play out, all right? And now I can take that even further, all right? I've got this set of higher lows, right? And now I've got this high and I've got this high. If I can take out this high, now I have 3 higher lows and 3 higher highs. That tells me we are in the early stages of a possible primary trend, which Dow theory tells us trade the primary trend. All right. And it would be the end of the primary downtrend, a trend change, and a primary uptrend. That's what I would be looking at for what you're trying to find and the setups and the holds that you want to do. On top of that, technical analysis 101 for trend changes. All right. We've got that possible trend change, right? And now here, I also have a symmetrical triangle happening. Symmetrical triangles like to resolve themselves this way, generally speaking. So now I have this trend intact. I have these higher lows intact. I have possible higher highs. That's not confirmed till the next higher high, in my opinion. But I also have this symmetrical triangle. So I have 3 technical analysis tools working for me very well. And if nothing else, we're butting up against that prior resistance here. And I think if we really take that out, K-Web's going. So that's what I would be looking for. Anything else short of that, dead cat bounce as far as I'm concerned. And you apply that to any chart. Subscription to the platform. We have two different tier levels, standard and premium, and then we can do monthly or annual. And there's a bit of a discount on the annual. I just disclaimer, there are no refunds. All sales are final. So I always suggest to people start with a monthly, and then you can move up from the monthly to an annual if you really like it. If you don't, you cancel at the end of the month, just like you'd cancel your cable bill. You ride out the end of it, and then, that's it. no more charges, and you got the month out of it. Let me give you a link here. Where did my links go? Holy cow, 428. I gotta get going in a minute here. Trade ideas, pricing page, copy. We don't, just so I'm clear here. O'Neill, we don't recommend trades. We don't tell people what to buy, sell, hold, or do. We're a scanning platform, and we educate people how to use the scanning platform. I go over a lot of charts, trying to give people, some chart education, so that trading is twofold. One, you got to have tools to find what to trade, and two, you got to figure out how to trade it. We don't tell you how to trade it. We can help point you towards where the action is. From there, you got to do the work. That's our pricing page. And you use this for 15% off a month or a year. Right there. You can give us an email and say, hey, I was with Chris in the live stream today. I have some questions. So you can email us to support@trade-ideas.com. You can send me an email there. Send it to attention Chris V. I was in the live stream, and some questions, and whatever those questions are, I'm happy to answer to you, get you some examples and things like that, and make sure, I as I tell everybody, I've got an agenda. My agenda is I want everybody on this planet to subscribe to Trade Ideas, but my agenda only works if you folks, A, are willing to put in the work to learn, and B, you guys make money using the platform. Nobody's going to subscribe to this and not make money. Or nobody's going to subscribe to this if they're not making money. We can't make the money for you, but we certainly provide, I think, a lot of education around the things that we're legally allowed to do and say to hopefully get people pointed in that right direction. And then from there, discipline on the trading. So I thank everybody for coming in. I got to run. I think today was a pretty good session, and we had a pretty good crowd in here. So hopefully people got a lot out of that. I'm a believer. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. That's for sure. I wouldn't attach my name to it. So my pleasure on all this. I really do enjoy doing this. I think it's important to be financially educated, and this is just one part of being financially educated. I think, if we taught in schools a lot more financial education, not trading necessarily, but just financial education in general, this world would be a lot better place. But, anyways, many battles, many fronts to fight. And I think education is the most important tool that we have out there, education and information. So I thank you all. I'm going to sign off for the day. We will wrap this up tomorrow, Friday. Hopefully we get a strong end of the week for the market, a strong end of the week for everybody's P&L, and a strong end of the week for everybody's scanning. All right, everybody. Thank you. And yes, exactly. Help your older self. Exactly. Well said. Well put. So thank you, everybody. Have a great rest of your Thursday, wherever you are. We'll see you tomorrow. Take care.